to call up some of the folks that are going to help us move forward with this month's proclamation. Homero Cruz, Ernie de la Hoz, the Emmaus International Foundation members, as well as our RTV Emmaus, Marcus Gutierrez, Father Julio de Jesus, Marta Avila, Heartbeat of Miami, Marta Gonzalez, the Knights of Columbus, Chapter 4772, Father Lawrence Flynn, Miami Lakes. So whoever, if you all want to come up and help us with this, I know Father Julio is here with us, and I was going to say some words before we officially, and Councilman Diego is going to help me read today's proclamation.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty Father, we give you thanks and praise for everything you provide to us. The things we see, the things we don't see. And help us and give us the grace that we may recognize and not take it for granted. For the gift of breathing, for the gift of walking, for the gift of seeing, for the gift of waking up every day. And we can do that and experience that because we have life. We give you thanks for the gift of life and ask you, Father, that in the name of Jesus, you protect all the families, especially in Miami Lakes, in this town, all the families in the world, to protect our communities, but especially to protect our heart, that we might follow you and have you everywhere we go. And we ask this through Christ, our Lord. Amen. Amen. Just 1 second, and in 2 minutes, I'd like to do my testimony of life, especially that you're proclaiming this month of life. I am the last of 14 children. And when my mother had number 8th child, the doctor said that, lady, you know, you must have an abortion because you can't be pregnant. You're gonna lose your life. And my mother, this is number 8th. My mother said, you know what? No, we're gonna try. I trust in the Lord. Let's do it. Okay, she had the baby. So to make the story short, every year up until she had 13 children, it was the same thing. Oh, I'm pregnant. And then she chose life. Now, at number 13, she stopped having babies. So 5 years later, the doctor was not giving her an option. He said, this day you must have an abortion. And that baby was me. And you don't know, and some people, well, some of you know me, and I'm the pastor of St. Benedict Catholic Church in here, around here. How many people I'm leading to know, to love, and to serve Jesus Christ? And I can do that because my mother chose life. I am not pro-life because I'm Christian. I am pro-life because it's the right thing to be, to choose life so others may have life like my mother did. So I just wanted to share that testimony with you. Thank you. God bless you.
No, thank you, Father, for sharing such an amazing story and such a personal story with everyone here today. We really, really appreciate you doing that. And also, I wanted to recognize the Heartbeat of Miami and Homero and Marta, because they're going to be working with our Cultural Affairs Committee to do a display here in Town Hall, which is going to be the first time ever that they do that, talking about life and motherhood and just going deep into the entire process and just having an entire discussion on that topic, which I think is really, really important. So I really, truly appreciate them. Before we read the proclamation, I want to ask everybody that's here, if you all want to come up, the folks that are here for this proclamation. I don't want to leave anybody out. You all can come up and join us. And then I'll hand it over to Homero and Marta to say a few words as to what their display is going to consist of here in Town Hall. It's going to be phenomenal. I'm going to hand it over now to Councilman Dieguez, who will be reading the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to begin now. Whereas declaring the month of May for Sanctity of Human Life Month, SOHL, in the town of Miami Lakes, and whereas through the efforts of RTV Emmaus and Emmaus International Foundation, always advocating for the sanctity of human life, lifting up their voices through their digital radio and TV stations. And whereas every human life is a gift to the world, whether born or unborn, young or old, healthy or sick, every person is made in the holy image of God. Whereas the Almighty Creator gives unique talents, beautiful dreams, and a great purpose to every person. On Sanctity of Human Life Month, in the town of Miami Lakes, we celebrate the wonder of human existence and renew our resolve to build a culture of life where every person of every age is protected, valued, and cherished. And whereas since November 2016, the town of Miami Lakes has been dedicated to lifting up every resident of this town, and that starts with protecting the rights of the most vulnerable in our society, the unborn. On Sanctity of Human Life Month, we promise to continue speaking out for those who have no voice. We vow to celebrate and support every heroic mother who chooses life. And we resolve to defend the lives of every innocent and unborn child, each of whom can bring unbelievable love, joy, beauty, and grace into our town and the entire world. Now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Sanctity of Human Life Month.
Let's get a quick picture if everybody just wants to move.
La gente de acá no sabe. Ahí llegó Gina.
I know Homero wanted to say a few words. And thank you, Councilman Dieguez. I know you, your father, your family are folks of great faith, and I know this was very important to you to participate, so I really, really appreciate you doing that. Homero?
Thank you. Well, I want to thank the mayor, the vice mayor, and the town council, and so many people here, because this is not only an effort by only one person. It takes a whole community, and it takes the whole town of Miami Lakes to do something like this. Thank you, Martha and Martha, Heartbeat of Miami, for doing a wonderful job, and hopefully one day we're going to have one of their offices in Miami Lakes, so we can say instead of abortion, we can say adoption, which is a choice, because we do have a choice. And thank you, the Knights, RTV Males, and the foundation, and we're going to be doing a lot of things in the town. We are a new digital radio station, Christian Catholic, so you can tune us in on RTV Males. We're on Roku channels, and we're here to make a lot of noise and make things happen. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council, and everyone as well. Deacon Blanco as well, and Father Julio. You know how I feel with you, so there's nothing else that I can say. Thank you, thank you. Okay, yeah, sure. Martha, you want to talk about the event that we're planning on doing?
It's all about bringing awareness. A woman with an unplanned pregnancy does not need an abortion. She needs compassion, she needs education, she needs love, she needs for people to come together and show her what she's carrying in her womb. And we do that through the beautiful ultrasound, which is a window to the womb. And just about education, and that's why over 85% of the women that come to our clinics are seeking an abortion. Yet, to God's glory, over 92% of them choose life. Why? Because we truly give them an option. And there are only two options to an unplanned pregnancy: a plan of adoption or to help her parent that baby. And so that's what we do. And that's what we're going to try to do here, bring awareness. Because not being pro-life is being pro-death. It's as simple as that. So it's not about pushing people to be one thing or the other. It's about showing them exactly what it is that we're doing. So praise God for that, and thank you so much. What an honor to be here with you. God bless.
Marcos, you want to add something? You're okay?
Thank you, guys. So about how long was it? About four, I think a little bit more than that, maybe a lot longer than that. 2010, we were looking for a school for my son Noah. We were going to go sign him up at the Growing Place. Manny had gone there, so we went to sign him up. The Growing Place tells us, hey, there's no space here. And everybody told us, hey, why don't you go to Hope United Methodist Church and go check it out. And who would have thought that decision for me, for the town, the God's hand and where it would have taken us in terms of the relationship I've been able to create with Pastor Stewart and his family all these years later from that one decision. I mean, all the incredible things that happen over there. But I think what's tough for us, it's when somebody transitions or leaves our community. We know that God is calling Pastor Stewart and his family to another mission. So they are going to be moving to Titusville in the near future. I think in June, right, Pastor? They're going to be moving. So it's a huge loss to our community. Pastor Stewart, I consider him, I mean, the relationship I have with him is, when we say in Spanish, confío en él con los ojos cerrados, right? That I trust him and his family with my eyes closed. You know, all the times that we call him and we call Gloria. I remember during the pandemic, we were like, Pastor, we got pallets full of stuff here. What do we do? He's like, hey, don't worry about it. I'm going to show up there in a truck. He showed up in a truck. It wasn't enough. He went to U-Haul. He got a bench. Gloria showed up. The whole crew. I mean, they always make it happen. So much so that the example that Pastor Stewart and Gloria and the kids have given to our entire community is so powerful that me and my family now go to church, to the Methodist Church, simply because the example that they set for all of us, right? That I see them as probably the greatest example of not only what a Miami Laker is, but what a human being should be like. Even there's times that they get upset or whatever, and I always see them internalizing it. That there's always a bigger mission. But I wanted to go ahead tonight and recognize the Bodine family, the entire family, with two very special if you guys want to come up. So I'm going to read this. Pastor Stewart, his sermons have helped to change the lives of many in our community. His words and actions always show his love for Jesus, and as a true believer, he always projects a servant attitude. Pastor Stewart has provided community outreach by growing our pumpkin patch to the next level and started our Christmas tree ministry. He established a weekly men's breakfast, weekly Bible studies, and brought the Celebrate Recovery program to the town. He expanded traditional services to include preaching also at Palm Springs United Methodist Church and began a contemporary service. He encouraged our congregations to be hands-on with missions, foreign and domestic. Whenever there was a hurricane, these folks will head out. If it was a Panhandle, if it was a Keys, I mean, you name it, they were always there for others, even people they didn't even know, which is so powerful. Pastor Stewart established online services to reach those unable to attend church in person. He formed invaluable relationships with community leaders to provide food and other supplies to the community during the pandemic. Gloria Bodine, Gloria has actively led our children and youth, worked in the church office, host a very active vacation Bible study. My kids have gone there. That is extremely active. They do an incredible job. She started a tutoring program called Sprouts at Palm Springs United Methodist Church, established relationships with the Coast Guard at Opa-locka Airport, and many community leaders to provide food and other supplies to our community during the pandemic. Erica Bodine has been involved, member of our youth group for Miami Lakes United Methodist. She assists with the pumpkin patch and with the vacation Bible study. Erica has made mission trips to Haiti, the Dominican Republic, the Florida Keys, and Mexico Beach. She has also participated with the food distribution ministry. Derek Bodine. Derek has been an active member of Miami Lakes United Methodist Church through his help with the pumpkin patch and Christmas tree ministry. His Eagle Scout project updated the preschool's playground. He has been an active member of the youth group and also made mission trips to the Dominican Republic and Florida Keys. He has also been helpful with the food ministry at the church. Derek continues his servant attitude, working with food for the poor. Cade Bodine. Cade has been part of the children's ministry, Kids Rock, and also an active member of the youth group. He participates in helping at the Pumpkin Patch, the Christmas Tree Ministry, mission projects to the Florida Keys and Mexico Beach. He is currently an instrumental part of the online streaming technical team. Cade assisted in providing local teens a safe place to play basketball at the church. His Eagle Scout project was to provide a safe ramp for the handicapped to enter the church office, as well as beautification of the area outside of the church office. Dane Bodine. Dane has also been part of the children's ministry Kids Rock and a member of the youth group as well. Dane always worked hard at the Pumpkin Patch and Christmas Tree Ministry and has gone on local mission trips to the Florida Keys and Mexico Beach. Dane also has actively involved in the basketball project for local teens. Dane's Eagle Scout project repaired the damaged church fences as well as additional updates and repairs to the preschool's playground. Now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim May 11th, 2012 as the Bodine Family Day here in the town of Miami Lakes. And one more thing. And I rarely give this to people. You got to ask the town council. You have to be special people, make other people's lives better, reach a goal that you are exceptional human beings. So on behalf of the entire town in recognition of the value service of your value service to the town of Miami Lakes, we wanted to present the key to the town, to the Bodine family, to the entire family, to Pastor Stewart and everybody. We're definitely going to be missing you all, the example that Pastor Stewart, Gloria, all the kids that you guys have set for our community. I mean, you guys are amazing. I love you guys. I'm going to miss you. But more than anything, this is your home forever. That key will open any door in this city, so you guys are good when you guys come back. But yeah, you guys will be missed dearly because you guys are incredible examples. Yeah. But we love for you guys to say, definitely say a few words.
I mean, for me, it's just our kids grew up here. You know, when I met and married Stuart, we met and, you know, we lived in Minneapolis, and I thought when we had to come to Miami, I was like, where am I going to raise our children in Miami? And here we are, we moved to Miami Lakes, and this was an amazing place to raise our family. My gosh, I'm heartbroken. Excited for other things, but, you know, oh my God, this is my town. This is my town, and I love it, and I love everybody here, and I love my neighborhood, so.
Thank you on behalf of our family, Mr. Mayor. You know how much love and respect I have for you and the whole council and everybody that's a part of this community, and we are unbelievably blessed to have served here. And I have no idea how much we're connected to this town, and words will not adequately convey the love we have for Miami Lakes. And, you know, I always think, though, we're a reflection of the people around us. You know, there's some incredibly loving and caring people. I just saw a bunch of them up here earlier, and we're part of something pretty special, aren't we? All of us. we look what democracy should look like. We act like a place where people should and do want to come because this is an awesome place to live, and we are truly going to miss our friends and our time here. It has been life-changing for us as well. So thank you, thank you, everybody. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Hey, so several weeks ago, maybe over a month, 2 months ago, Carla Acosta, who volunteers all the time in our town committees, who is incredibly involved, reaches out to me. It's like, hey, we know that there isn't enough vaccines to go around. How can we be helpful? We want to make it happen. Chem Medical is here to help. And we took her up on it. We reached out, got staff in contact with Carla, made it happen, and 150 of our residents were able to get vaccinated, especially during a time that vaccines were almost impossible to find. And everybody was signing up. I remember there was a time where it was like people would wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Now you can find them anywhere, right? But at that time, 6 o'clock in the morning to try to find an appointment, even if it was at home. And Carla was like, look, we can't force our seniors, our special needs population, to drive all over the county. No, well, let's do it here. And I know the entire Chen team, I really, really appreciate you guys. If you guys can come on up so we can recognize you, because on behalf of a grateful community, we wanted to recognize you guys with a token of our appreciation and thank you for giving back. 150 of our residents were able to get vaccinated because of you guys and wanting to give back and take care of this community. So I just wanted to thank you. If you guys could say a few words.
We go ahead and take this with pride and honor. When I reached out to Manny, I thought it was a crazy idea, but we go ahead and made it happen, and that's what we're here for, to go ahead and serve our seniors and our community. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Maria, who's also part of our team.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here tonight. Thank you so much for this proclamation that we have right here. I think one of the most important things besides Carla being, that person that was able to connect us with you, it's the 150 lives that we were able to serve, right? I think that's very important that we were able to give them that opportunity that at the time it wasn't happening. But Chen Senior Medical Center was there to do so, along with the staff that worked on weekends, that worked late to be able to make it happen. So this is not only for us, this is for the entire staff at Miami Lakes. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you. My name is Victoria. Along with what Carla and Maria said, we're very thankful for this recognition. I'm here representing our team at the Miami Lakes Center. We've vaccinated more than 1,200 members, community members at our center, and more than 14,000 individuals in Dade County and Broward County. So we're very honored and thankful, and it all goes back to the hard work that our team is doing day by day. to keep our community healthy, happy, and at home during this pandemic.
And to close it off, I just want to add, my name is Kimberly Gomez. I'm the Culture and Community Specialist at Chance Senior Medical. And I just want to say this is a very proud moment. And I'm extremely grateful, not only for Carla, thank you for what you've done and what you have been able to accomplish to help the city of Miami Lakes, but I am grateful to have the opportunity to, together with the city, be able to serve the 150 seniors. So thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the certificate of recognition. We are greatly appreciative of it.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And you know, Chen Medical is not just about 150 vaccines. It's about years of partnership with this community. You have been there with us every time where the elderly have needed us. We've done food distribution events. You've been at every single health fair. And whatever we've needed from you guys have always been great partners. So this is a small, small reflection of what you've done globally to be partners with this community, and we're so grateful of that. So thank you for doing this. And what I can say with a lot of confidence is I know we're going to have many more opportunities to work together. So thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, let's call this meeting to order at 6:44. Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Good evening. Council Member Fernandez.
Present.
Council Member Rodriguez.
Present.
Council Member Dieguez
Here.
is present. Council Member Alvarez called me an hour ago. He will be attending the meeting late. Councilmember Ruano called me. She will be attending the meeting late. Vice Mayor Collazo,
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have the quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Pastor Stewart from Miami Lakes United Methodist Church. Hope United Methodist Church.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bow your heads if you would. Father God, thank you for allowing us to come together tonight. As we reflect on our lives and what we're doing with our time, that the efforts that are put under this roof and between these walls is so important to making a difference in the people's lives that we serve here in Miami Lakes. So I want to thank and pray for every person that works in this building, starting with the mayor and the vice mayor and the whole council, and blessings to all of you for all that you do for this town. And for the people that may not get all the recognition, the ones that are quietly doing their jobs, and so many of that I've been blessed with to interact with over the years, God, continue to I pray for them and their families, and that their health remains solid and moving forward. And I pray for the health of our community as well. But not just the physical health, I'm praying for our spiritual health and emotional health as well. Because what makes a community is the love that we have for each other. And some days that's hard to manifest. Some days we struggle with each other and we grate on each other a little bit, but when we continue to serve for the right reason, we can push through those moments and those times when it's just difficult to get along. And I'm so grateful, God, for the people that have made this experience for me so important here in Miami Lakes. And I'm praying for our seniors. I'm praying that we're going to continue to be a community going forward that reaches out to our seniors and watches over them and nourishes them and nurtures them as well, providing hope wherever we can. And I'm praying for every child that comes into this community and that goes to our schools and that participates in the programs and all the different churches. And I'm praying for all the different pastors. And I'm praying for the new pastor that will replace me as well, that will continue to do with excellence what Miami Lakes has become known for and appreciated for. So I offer this blessing over everyone today in the time that we're together, that we continue to do the work in the Spirit of God in all that we say and do. And if you love God, say as one big voice together for the last time, amen. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate you and we wish you and your family all the best in Titusville. You guys will definitely be missed. The Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Tony Fernandez. You may be seated. We have Ariel Fernandez with the Better You Minutes. Welcome, Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff, and residents of Miami Lakes. We've all heard the saying, we need to think outside the box. How many of us have actually applied it? We've found solutions? Yeah, we've been successful. However, why do we have to think outside the box when we can just live outside the box? We spend our lives boxed in the way we think, in the way we act. We avoid spontaneity and things we're not accustomed to. But there's a whole world out there waiting to be explored. We don't have to limit thinking outside the box to when we're finding solutions. We just need to step out and live our lives to the fullest. No need to think outside the box if you're already living outside the box. Break free and explore. Let's live outside the box.
Thank you, Ariel. I really appreciate you always setting the tone at our council meetings. I think the Better You Minute is needed in various levels of government. So really appreciate you. We're moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Council, I do have one. I'm going to be combining item 15C with item 12A1. 15C with item 12A1. So when 12A1 comes up, we'll just have Mr. Angel, Director Angel, give his entire report. So if everybody's okay with that, 15C will be combined with 12A1. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions? Seeing none, are there any motions from the council to adopt the order of business?
I'll move it.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to public comments, Madam Clerk.
Good evening. All comments or questions from the attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments should be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his/her remarks shall be permitted. Should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of this meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting. As a courtesy to others, all electronic devices must be set to silent mode to avoid disruptions of the proceedings. And in accordance with the Americans with Disability Act of 1990, persons needing special accommodations to participate in this meeting should always call Town Hall no later than 2 days prior to the meeting. Thank you. Let us start. I'm going to be calling the in-person public comments. The first person that I have registered here is Mr. Jorge L. Conforme. Yes, good evening. You may approach the podium, sir.
Turn on the.
Thank you. Sorry
Mr.
about that.
Conforme, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge Conforme, 1871 Southwest, 21st Terrace, Miami, Florida. Mayor Sid, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I'll make this quick. I'm here to provide comments on item A in first reading, dealing with micromobility and other transportation devices. I represent a company called Wheels. It's a micromobility device that operates in LA, San Diego, Seattle, Austin, and here in Florida, in Orlando, and the city of Miami. Micromobility has come a long way. I urge you to support this item on the agenda. I commend your staff because they have crafted a good ordinance that allows the town to have flexibility in crafting a program that would allow it to be responsive to the needs of the town and the residents. In case there's any issue, it would be able to respond in an immediate and swift manner. And micromobility has shown that it will improve the livelihood of your residents. It'll reduce traffic congestion. And I think your staff and administration has crafted an ordinance that will provide for safety in a way that this method of transportation is reliable and safe for all. So my client, Wheels, will speak. Our Florida manager will speak remotely. But if there's any questions that you may have, please let me know, and I urge you to support the item.
All right, thank you, George.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Ms. Bonnie Cintron.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before I say what my main purpose for being here, just two quick things. I hope someone is going to really follow up on Claudia Lucis' suggestion about looking into the effect of the blasting on the bridges, because that's a very valid point that she brought up. And also about the paving of crosswalks. I think that's a big mistake and a sort of a waste of money, because I've seen them where they have been done, and after a few years, they become all buckled, and those bricks move, and they're not very comfortable for pedestrians or cars. So I hope you drop that idea. But now I'll go on. The main reason I'm here is to comment on your ideas for the structure of the council meetings in the future. And I think it's an excellent idea to divide the lengthy agenda each month into 2 separate meetings. However, I would question the necessity of having someone there perhaps to be translating everything into sign language. Because if we have a resident or residents that would need that and would want to come in person to the meetings, then by all means, I think we should do it. But just to have it done on a regular basis, I wouldn't see the need, because even hearing impaired people who stay home and maybe watch the meetings would have closed captioning, no doubt, on their televisions. The main thing that I want to say, though, is that when I first heard about your open mic suggestion of a meeting right before your regular council meeting, at first I thought it was a great idea. But then I started to realize that probably no council members nor the town manager and very few staff might be present. So I wouldn't blame you for not going to that meeting, because you're very busy people. I would hope instead that we would have some sort of a session, regularly scheduled session, maybe one a month. I know that it's another meeting, but it would have to be kept very, very short, short and sweet, no more than an hour, and just have a need, the people feel a need to communicate, to be able to question and get your feedback directly, more like chatting and communicating in a human contact format, where the residents' ideas can be heard and discussed openly. No motions would be made, no votes would be taken. It would just that the people would then know that their suggestions are at least being heard and considered and discussed. I skipped, so let me go down. The way that the council meetings are now is very formal and stilted, and the average citizen doesn't develop much enthusiasm. But if they had a more informal little session setting where people could talk openly back and forth with you, I think it might be more well attended, and you would have more feedback from your constituents. There are many of us out here who know that the responsibility of running a town of this size is very difficult and heavy, and we appreciate your efforts. And we feel a need to be able to be helpful by giving our suggestions and maybe some ideas for solving problems. I would hope that you could find a way by having one session, informal session a month like that, for people to come and be able to express it. I hope that can happen, because trying to meet with each one of you individually on every issue would be impossible for the people and for you. Thank you.
Ms. Intron, thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Cesar Reddy. Mr. Cesar Reddy. Okay. The next speaker moving on the list is Mr. Angelo Garcia.
I don't think he wants to come up. He's nodding no.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I'm just reading from the list. So Mr. Cesar Aredi, then I'm going to proceed with the participants online. We have Mr. Daniel Gonzalez. Good evening.
Hello. Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Gonzalez. State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes, sir.
I think there's a lot of people online that are going to be appointed to committees. He's one of them. I see his name here, Daniel Gil Gonzalez, so I'm sure he's waiting for that appointment to happen.
He's in chambers, actually.
Oh, you wanted to say a few words or wait till the... Okay.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for accepting my application for the Veterans Committee. And thank you, Town Council, for this opportunity. I look forward to serving the service members and the veterans in the community and giving my time and energy and just a small portion of what they give us, back to them. So thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to serving them in this town. Thank you.
No, we appreciate you. Thank you for giving back to your neighbors. So thank you very much.
The next speaker, participant via Zoom, is via telephone, Ms. Esperanza Hope Reynolds.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Menzies Terrace. Excellence is a moving target, and then we raise the bar. In an effort to open the door of communication wide and far, rather than focusing on our issues, we have been hard at work to eliminate issues through frank discussions with town staff. Thanks to the communication skills of Town Manager Ed Peterman, that has been possible, and we now have worked with the building department where we find Mike Mesa doing an outstanding job. We have interfaced with Town of Miami Lakes principal planner, and the experience has gone beyond our wildest expectations. We've donated Russian dolls where craftsmen carefully build gorgeous wooden dolls that fit perfectly into one another. Susana Alonso used this as an analogy during our April 20th, 2021 HOA meeting, something that marveled the imagination. We do not participate through Zoom, we're on the phone, yet her explanation was so outstanding that my imagination took flight and I found the perfect analogy to explain something that had confounded us for many years, as many recent Florida statutes, which are constantly revised, further resenting the challenge of a continually changing code, sets of ordinances, resolutions, variances, permitting process. At the homeowners association level, we work with static governing documents that have endured the test of time. Written in the 1980s, these have served communities well, for the beauty of our surroundings have actually maintained and what the developers began, for the most part, the Graham families. We thank you for that. But on January 2021, we started with Vice Mayor Luis Collazo addressing our request for improved communications. February, Councilwoman Ruano followed, and in June, we expect another major communications achievement through special projects Jeremy Badgen, who will prepare Lake Glen Ellen for hurricane season in conjunction with hydrologist Barclay Shoemaker, who will talk us through lake water quality improvements. Thank you again. We requested a detailed agenda from Jeremy Badgen for our June meeting, and his immediate reply told us that he is rather organized, communicating, and targeted in his job and his responsibility. We plan to invite Town Manager Ed Peterman in July, then Town Clerk Gina Inwanso in September, as we understand the month of August is busy with budget preparations and the need to rest, vacation with family. We will be welcoming each of you. Thank you very much, and a wonderful month.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Ricardo Gonzalez. Ricardo Gonzalez. The other participants that I see, I'm just going to be calling them all, and if you wish to speak, please do so. If don't, just don't answer. Mr. Alvin Murray. I have a participant under the name of Mavi.
Hi, Alvin, sir. Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Murray. State your name.
How you doing?
Name and address for the record. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Alvin Murray, Technical Director, President of the Miami Lakes United Soccer Club. And, thanking everybody and thanking Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the committee for allowing us to be, once again, part of the town And just, anytime, anything that we need to do in regards to, helping in the community, just please let us know. We're ready. We're working hard, obviously, through this pandemic, and we're looking for big things in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, let me call again, a person under the name of Mavi Ricardo Gonzalez. I don't have a name. I have a number, a telephone number, but it's under public comments. And Mr. Will Sowers.
Good evening. This is Will Sowers.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Mr. Sowers. You can state your name and address for the record and just start your public comment, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Will Sowers. I reside at 602 East Amelia Street in Orlando, Florida. I'm the general manager for Wheels Labs, a micromobility provider with offices at 2900 Northwest 112th Avenue in Doral. I'm testifying today in support of the changes to the dockless micromobility ordinance. Really excited to be here. This ordinance will enable Miami Lakes to provide new transit options to your residents, enhancing both mobility and economic opportunity. A March 2021 Emory University study concluded that shared e-scooters can increase restaurant revenue by 0.6%, boosting annual revenue by $921 per e-scooter deployed in a city or town. E-scooters and e-bikes have the ability to connect residents and visitors to events, jobs, shopping, restaurants, and other transit services while reducing traffic congestion. As a mobility provider, Wheels is really excited for the opportunity to apply for a license to operate in Miami Lakes. Our unique hybrid micromobility device provides a safe, accessible option for your residents. We're currently operating in Miami and Orlando, as well as other cities across the country and in Europe. And we have had the opportunity to demonstrate our seated device to town staff. In fact, there's one in town hall right now, so maybe you can take one for a ride after the meeting. If selected to operate in Miami Lakes, we are ready to partner with the town, other companies, and community organizations to conduct safety outreach, events, and educate residents how to use our service. We're ready to pass out helmets, deploy our devices, and become a part of your community. I want to take this time to commend the town council and town staff on your thoughtful approach to this issue and your innovative approach to mobility. I've had an opportunity to visit Miami Lakes now a couple times and have really thoroughly enjoyed every time I've been there. And I'm really excited to hopefully spend more time in your beautiful town soon. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to proceed to call Mr. Angelo Garcia for public comments.
Good evening to all. Angelo Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place. I wasn't going to talk today, but I was just going to stay on the sideline and listen, but this has been on my mind for quite some time. After listening to the gentleman on that Zoom microphone, something has caught my mind, and I'm sure that this question has been asked before, and I'd like you guys to consider. When you guys transmit your vocals to this direction, everything is crystal clear, but when the resident speaker, myself, it sounds so muffled. Is there something going on back there? Has this question been asked before? Or is this the first time? I'm serious. Look into that, because, you know, you hear people talking, and that's why I took this thing off, but you hear people talking, and it's like they got a potato in their mouth. And then you guys talk, and everything is crystal clear. Please look into that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo.
Thank you, sir. I believe I have called everyone that I see in my screen, but if I haven't and you're virtually attending this meeting, please state your name and address for the record and proceed with your public comments.
Hello, my name is Mavi Mastrovito, and I didn't speak up earlier, but I figured I would speak up. I'm a new resident, along with Nick Mastrovito at 15125 Northwest. And I just wanted to say I am glad that this meeting is taking place, considering the past year of the pandemic going on. Excited for the farmers market on Saturdays, and I'm here to support Nick Mastrovito as well for being there tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ray Garcia, 6796 Main Street. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just want to, I hope everybody had a good Mother's Day and everybody's being safe. I just want to speak up about two items. Item 12A, the Optimist Park dugouts. I was looking at the proposal and I was just wondering, I have a question, perhaps you've already discussed it or will discuss it. Does the cost of the dugouts also include the backstop area? I was looking for that in the proposal, I didn't see that. I know it's a large project and I was just wondering if that was included. And it just makes sense to include the entire backstop along with the dugouts. It's part of the structure. I'm not sure. I didn't see that there. I didn't see an additional cost. Just a question. I think it'd be a good idea just to incorporate all that in one proposal, one scope of the project. And then my second item is the electric mobility, the scooters. I've always been a big proponent of mobility. This town was created to be pedestrian friendly. I think that the Lime bikes, I participated in those as well. I enjoyed those. My kids enjoyed those. The only request I have is that undocked bikes and undocked scooters sometimes can be a problem. We saw that with the Lime bikes. I also saw some of these bikes in other cities. Undocked bicycles and undocked scooters could be unsightly, unseemly sometimes. So I would just recommend I'm all for mobility, but if we can have a dock system, it would just make it a lot cleaner, a lot simpler, and make the town look better. But I'm all for these two items. I'm 100% and 100% improve fixing Optimist Park. Anything we can do with Optimist Park, I'm 100%, and I support the council and the mayor and the park director and the staff on that. So much, guys. Be safe.
Thank you.
Hello, Boris Foster for public comment.
Good evening. Yes. State name and address for the record and welcome.
Thank you. Boris Foster, 15221 Menteith Place. My comment is about the accessibility of the town's officials and staff to me and as a representative of Lake Glen Ellen Homeowners Association. I have been very impressed, pleasantly surprised by how available the Miami Lakes officials and staff have been and how readily they have provided assistance to me and our association. Our association has come to the town with questions and requests for guidance, and in every case, we've had just great cooperation. There are a few things that we've come to the town for help with. I only have time to mention one item. That's our perimeter wall. Just about a month ago, we finished painting along 82nd Avenue, 154th Street, and 87th Avenue, about 3/4 of a mile of wall being painted and repaired. We had many issues with the wall. We had violations. We had a car accident on 154th Street that took out one of the panels. We had issues where homeowners had trees that were too close to the wall and jeopardized parts of the wall. We, as an association, we were lost. We had a brand new board. Every officer from the prior year had resigned or left the community, and our association was in trouble. And I tell you, we had a lot of prodding to reach out to the town. Honestly, I thought our issues would be very low priority, but we did. And to my surprise, in every instance, the town has exceeded our expectations. You know, after the car accident, we contacted Danny Angel, Jeremy. They got us the police reports within a week. We were able to start the claim process quickly. Without them, it probably would have taken a month before we received those police reports. We had problems with a large tree that was pushing against the wall, jeopardizing the wall. Danny Angel had an arborist come out, take a look, and gave us our options. On each of these, it took only one email to Daniel, and he did the rest. I know I don't have a lot of time. I want to thank Mike Mesa. He's met with us in person. We had 2 meetings. He has reviewed items I have emailed to him. He's given us answers within a day. We've had Susan Alonso, the town planner. She has come to our HOA meetings. She's helped us. She's guided us. We're looking at doing amendments to our deed restrictions. She's guided us. The town manager, he's met with us in person. He's given us extra time when we needed it to do the wall. We've also had the vice mayor, Luis Colazo, Councilman Marilyn Morano, come to our meetings, told us what the town could do for us, answered residents' questions, and the vice mayor has met with us separately. I know I don't have time, but I just want to thank the council for fostering this culture in Miami Lakes government of cooperation and working with the residents. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else participating via Zoom that wants to participate in public comments, please unmute yourself, state your name and address, and welcome. In the meantime, I just want to state for the record that we received earlier today a written public comment from Ms. Hope Reynolds, has been sent to you via email and placed on the dais for your convenience. I also have Ms. Claudia Luces that wishes to participate in public comments. I believe she's here with us in council chambers.
Good evening, everyone. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Here to speak against item 13E, public comments. I think that the purpose of our meetings and the way they're structured right now should remain as is. When I read the memo, it states any council members may attend. I think it's important that the same way that we take the time to come out here and address all of you, that you are all here as well. We also have town staff here as well. So if there's any questions, if there's any issues that are raised, everyone's in the same building. I think that it's a disservice to the public if you do it otherwise. My 2 cents worth, I hope that it stays the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have called everyone and the participants that I see on my screen and that I have received registrations, so I believe we don't have more public comments.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments is closed. We're moving on to appointments. Oh, phenomenal. We have a healthy list of appointments this month. Daniel Gil Gonzalez to the Veterans Committee by Vice Mayor Luis Collazo. Eli Gonzalez to the Culture Affairs Committee by Councilmember Jeffrey Rodriguez. Peter Tomas to the Blasting Committee by Mayor Manny Cid. Jacqueline Leveda to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Councilmember Carlos Alvarez. Jose Llano to the Economic Development Committee by Councilmember Jeffrey Rodriguez. Eric Brandon to the Economic Development Committee by Mayor Manny Cid. Geminis Garcia to the Veterans Committee by Councilmember Carlos Alvarez. Ricardo Gonzalez to the Building Ad Hoc Committee by our town manager. Okay. Nick Mastrovito to the Culture Affairs Committee by Councilmember Marinan Fuano. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move the list.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
If any of the names that were called out, the motion passes. If any of the names that I called out are here today, please stand up. No? None of you guys are? Yeah, if you're here. Let's give these folks a round of applause for volunteering for our community. Thank you guys for giving back to our town. I know some folks are watching virtually. It means a lot to me, to the council, and more importantly, our community is great because of people like you that give back every single day. I know the next step is you need to get sworn in by our town clerk. They're going to schedule a date for you all to do that. But thank you very, very much for stepping up and giving back. We're moving on to committee reports. Our Blasting Advisory Board has a report. Chairman?
Good evening, everyone. This month has been pretty eventful, and I apologize in advance. This may be a little bit lengthy than my norm. For one, I want to identify that I have never seen in the years I've been doing this the amount of movement and traction that's happening with the blasting. It's noted and appreciated. We need to keep the pressure up. Now, of all things, few things scare me. Public speaking is one of them, so you know. But this report is significant, and this scares the expletives out of me. It's a report done overseas, and I'll share it with you guys. I'll leave it for your review. But it shows reinforced concrete exposed to cyclic cycles of energy, similar to an earthquake, or in our case, blasting, and a reduction in strength by 25%. So, in layman's terms, if you take a hurricane, which is what we're experiencing, and a Category 2 going up to 120 miles an hour, reduce it by 25%. I say 120 because Hurricane 2, because the older code, building code, was design our structures up to 120 miles an hour. After 1992, and when it became the standardized Florida building code, it was raised to 145, 150. The newer codes go up to 175 and 185. Nonetheless, the older homes, which Miami Lakes is full of them, and so is our area, was designed up to 120 and below. So this is scientific proof of what we're experiencing and the degradation of structural integrity of our buildings. I'll leave it for you guys. Now, going back to the meeting and things that have been occurring. Mr. Mayor, I know you wrote a letter to the President of the United States, and it was received well by some and ill-received by others. The reality is the ones that ill-received it didn't understand the history and what has occurred to get us to this point. Dr. Bennett, the previous chair of the Blasting Advisory Board, and myself penned a letter. We would like for this letter, I'd like to read it onto record, and we would like to have residents sign this letter. The letter can be electronically posted on the town's website, and making it easy for any resident or any person to agree with it and sign it, to have all the signatures be adjoined to it and submitted to the president as well in support of your letter, and it backs your letter. We would like to have Senator Graham be one of the first to sign it. Now, if I may, I'd like to read it on the record. President Biden, we, the undersigned, seek your help in the matter of vital importance to our community and surrounding communities of Miami Lakes. The issue for which I write has local, state, and national significance. Just west of the town of Miami Lakes and surrounding communities, lime rock is being quarried. The means of extraction is blasting deep within the strata known as the Biscayne Aquifer. This blasting is causing significant damages to our homes and businesses. Just a little background, if we may. In the year 1999, a small group of citizens sued the rock miners in a class action lawsuit for damages to their homes. Although it provided a small relief to a handful of people, the settlement never resolved the bigger issue, eliminating destructive blast waves that are destroying the surrounding properties. The rock miners, threatened with further lawsuits, lobbied successfully to the local control of rock mining to our state capital in Tallahassee. This rendered those directly affected by blasting powerless to regulate nor receive any just compensation for damages caused by the actions of the neighboring rock mines. In 2003, another lawsuit brought before Honorable Judge Hoover was demonstrated that blasting was contaminating our potable water supply in and around the Everglades National Park due to benzene found in ammonium nitrate fuel used to blast the lime rock. He issued a scathing 176 written opinion stating this court has never seen a federal agency respond so indifferently to clear evidence of significant environmental risks. While Judge Hoover did suspend blasting for a while, his ruling was rendered moot while the Army Corps of Engineers lifted the ban. Although it would appear that the mining industry is highly regulated, the fact that local strata is compromised with the Biscayne Aquifer and the water carries the energy wave with that little decay. This has not been studied. The impact of the energy wave is being felt miles away from the blast locations. Similar seismic damage is being witnessed through tens of thousands of homes throughout the community and surrounding areas. As I am sure you're aware, having served with the retired Senator Bob Graham, this community established by Senator Graham's family has always been a quiet, patriotic community that merely wishes for the peaceful lifestyle to include the enjoyment of our homes. Mr. President, we humbly seek your assistance in bringing the end to destruction of our homes and our businesses and our communities. More importantly, we do understand that limestone is a necessary component to achieve success in the infrastructure bill you are placing before the people. However, there is less destructive methods which reduce the intensity of the frequency of this collateral destructive act. So again, we ask that you place this on the town's website where anybody can come, digitally sign it, and it'll be included with the letter. Another thing that occurred is the Chief Financial Office had created a website to standardize form to submit complaints with blasting. The form is a PDF and it must be downloaded, filled in, scanned, and emailed back. It's very archaic and may prove difficult for many. We're requesting the town modify their applications to include a form filler of sorts on your website or on your application. You guys have an application that goes on your phones. And we acknowledge that the CFO's office does not regulate the effects of blasting, but the intent of these records is to create an undeniable statistical data of a problem affecting all of us. Again, form fillers are readily available. They're a dime a dozen, so it's a simple act to add it to the existing app. The app would be updated on everybody's phone, and all they do is put their name in and whatever information, any complaint, submit. And the app will take care of the work for them. Another thing that came out of our meeting, resident Hope Reynolds. She came with an interesting means of advocacy while garnishing community involvement. I know, Councilman Dieguez, you spearheaded bike rides through the town, to the community, which is an excellent idea of rallying up the residents. So she created a bike blast ride. She would like to have the ride led by State Representative Fabricio and Rizzo. I have spoken directly with Fabricio already, and he advised me that next week he's in a special session, that it could be possible for the following week, and he would gladly enjoy participating. We could ride through the neighborhood looking at unfortunate damages, but basically raising awareness, creating some excitement and knowledge that this group exists, our group exists, and the town is actually doing something. We also looked at creating a blasting day. The advisory board would like to create a social event where refreshments and hot dogs be distributed along with information of the destruction of our properties. Councilman Rano had an idea that many of you were participant, I know she was obviously, at a community presentation that I was part of giving at the Country Club Miami. I know Councilman Dieguez was there as well. It was standing room only, if you recall. I think if we were to provide another community event of sorts, but not within the town, reach out to another town, maybe in Miramar, some other community, but showing that we have we could be unified in a cause. It's a common cause, and I think its power in numbers is what's key here. I would also like to extend it to other committees as well. I don't know if is it plausible because of specific action or not, but I think it's an excellent idea. And now that the pandemic's winding down, it's outside, it's an outdoor venue. I think it's a fantastic idea, get everybody riled up. And lastly, number 5, State Representative Tom Fabricio stated the intent of an unbiased study performed through a local university. I know he's reached out to FIU. The Blasting Advisory Board, on behalf of the town, would like to issue a resolution not only to encourage the study, but in full support of it. And along with provide any assistance that they may need to carry the study out. Now, I also would like to share with you guys, the studies exist. This isn't new, what we're experiencing. The problem is no study exists in our area. It's been intentionally avoided in our strata. This is a federal study, a report from it. Towards the end, it dictates the elements that are needed to properly control or regulate the study. It also shows PPV for quakes at a frequency and magnitude. So legal limit is PPV is 0.5, and at 0.63 is a magnitude on the Richter scale of 4. So we're experiencing earthquakes of 4. Federal study. The difference is they haven't done any study on the strata, within the strata. The strata resonates the energy wave and makes it travel. It could get worse as it bounces or could diminish. Just depends on how the energy wave goes through. It hasn't been done, so I encourage the town to create a resolution on this so that FIU can assist and be one of their pet projects. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to accept the report, specifically placing the letter on the town website so the residents can sign on to it, to accept the bike ride, start coordinating that, and also for the resolution that the committee is requesting.
I'll second it.
Any discussion, any questions of the chair? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mayor, let the record reflect that Councilwoman Ruano is present.
Got it. Our Special Needs Advisory Board. Welcome, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Vivian Levy, and I'm the chair of the Special Needs Advisory Board. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge and thank my board members and our liaison, Yesenia Leiva, for their time and effort to fulfill our mission to create a model town for inclusion. I believe you all have a copy of the report, so I'm just going to highlight, a few of the updates that we've done in the last 6 months. We've held webinars about IEPs from UMCARD and also from the FIU Mindful Research Lab. We donated a $500 Home Depot gift card to Gigi's Playhouse, and they were able to purchase their countertop for their kitchen area and a table and 4 chairs for their achievement center, which happens to be right here in our town. And we also attended their opening day celebration. In honor of Autism Awareness Month, we created Dance Over Autism, a free virtual dance class for all ages and all abilities that was sponsored by Arts for Autism Foundation, and it was taught by a board-certified behavior analyst, Audrey Amadeo. We also donated beach balls, volleyballs, basketballs, and other sports equipment to Hope for Autism Summer Splash event. I'm happy to report that we are weeks away from launching the Special Needs Registry program. We've already purchased the decals and the wristbands, and we are actually requesting to transfer, oh no, I'm sorry, that's a different item. Okay, all right, so for future projects, we're gonna be adding a local resources section to our services directory. We want to highlight the Matthew Palacios Boundless Playground and showcase it on the town's website. Because we found that I tried like Googling it and it doesn't really come up anywhere. And there's not many of these boundless playgrounds and ADA accessible playgrounds in Miami. So I think we need to showcase that. So we decided to create a video, promotional video, showcasing the playground. But it turns out that some repairs need to be done. So we have decided, this is where the request comes in, to transfer some of our money, $10,000 that we had allocated for after school and weekend programs for life and job skills that we weren't able to do it because of the pandemic. So we want to give $10,000 to do the repairs in the Boundless Playground. So we would need your consent to move that money, allocate that money for the playground.
Are you asking for a motion at this time, or do you want to complete the report and then have us come back with a motion?
Oh, however you choose.
I'm going to go ahead and move that item, move that request of $10,000 to go to the park. And if there's a second, there is some discussion I'd like to add, which may tie into a future agenda item.
I'll second.
Discussion, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is an item before us that involves extensive renovations to the park. I've understood this item, at least through my briefing, that the time sensitivity of those renovations may have been altered because somehow it's been already, the crisis has been managed, so to speak. So depending what happens with that item, there may or may not be some pockets of money in that fund. So I'd like to see, you're absolutely right. We can't have things, and this is one of the things that I've been advocating on since I started on this council, is it's very nice to install the new things, right? But without maintenance, this is what's going to happen to us consistently throughout the board, and that's what we're trying to make amends with. So I applaud you with what you're doing. The reality is not the charge of your committee. You guys make very little money because the mayor and the councilwoman and everybody on this council goes out and asks for donations, but this is not something that should be coming out of your committee budget. This is something that should be coming out of a parks fund, and it should be something that we should be saving for to be having. So I do want to support this ask. I do want to support this ask, but I also want to keep in mind that there's extensive park renovations that are going to be happening. They may or may not pass at this meeting because the urgency of the matter seems to be alleviated from some of the discussion that I've had with the town manager, but I want to make that point at least crystal clear. This is something that you guys work very hard to find those monies, and I want to make sure that we fund it through the proper resource. So it has my blessing if this is the route the committee wants to go, but I think we may have an opportunity to fund it in another way.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a possibility of, this is through the chair to the manager, is there a possibility of us approving this today and then reimbursing the committee if we can find the funding elsewhere? I agree with the Vice Mayor with respects to any maintenance shouldn't be coming out of committee funds.
Well, what I think, and the Vice Mayor makes a very good point, that the issue of the MLOP and the dugouts, that may be something that you may discuss and make decisions on. So I would just reserve making a decision now, and when that item comes up in a little while, maybe that's where you can make the decision.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're done with the report, or?
No.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you. Okay, so the next, something I wanted to bring up to the council with this, it ties into what we just spoke about, the mayor's gala. So I don't think anything has been decided as of yet, but we had suggested in our last meeting maybe considering a possible outside event.
We're already
So-
talking about doing it in September, in possibly a non-town facility, so,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So, but whatever happens, will be in September.
Okay.
There will be a gala in September. If it's in a town facility or not, that's the big question.
Okay.
Easier to do it not in a town facility, right? The bureaucracy sometimes, you know,
Okay.
stops us, so. Yeah.
All right.
But
'Cause
it
we're
will
getting-
something will happen in September.
Okay, because we're getting a little bit worried since already last year it didn't happen, so we didn't receive any funds. So we were wondering, you know, okay, perfect.
Yeah, we're planning to do like a whole weekend in September, a basketball game with Doral and the gala on a Saturday, maybe a Friday, Saturday type of thing. So I know Joseph's already, you know, working on that and trying to secure a site, so I'll make sure he touches base. But we talked about it preliminarily last week, so.
Okay. Well, we would definitely love to be involved and help out in any possible way that we can. So we're also planning, once we're ready to launch the registry, to have a mobile ID unit come in to provide state-issued IDs for people with special needs. This will avoid them having to stand in long lines in a crowded place. So we think it'll be, you know, helpful for the community for us to provide that one day. We also want to tour more special needs centers and work with community partners to open our own center in the town, hopefully in the future, if, you know, there's any space or land that comes available. So, okay, I think that does it. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's exciting to hear all the great things that the committee's doing and you guys are spearheading, so thank you very much.
Oh, one more thing I forgot. We're also doing a video for the Special Needs Registry,
Phenomenal.
a promotional video to have on social media.
Got it,
So
good
we're
job.
already working on that.
I'll make a motion to accept the committee's report.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you, and to the entire committee for your work. We're moving on to the consent calendar. Are there any motions on the table on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances in first reading. Item 10A.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to transportation regulations, amending Chapter 35, streets, sidewalks, and other public places. Article 3, communication facilities and public right-of-way at Division 7, dockless mobility. Relocating Division 7, dockless mobility. Creating Chapter 20, transportation. Creating Article 1, multimodal transportation options. Creating and amending Division 5, dockless mobility, permitting and regulating the placement and use of dockless devices on the town's rights-of-way, introducing flexibility for implementation, providing for findings of fact, intent, and purpose, providing for regulations, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I see this is Michael Zayas' item. Mike, you want to do any presentation on this? No, it says Zayas. I don't know. All right. Any motions on the ordinance in first reading?
I'll move to adopt it.
Second.
Any discussion on the ordinance of first reading, unless you want the manager to give an overview? I know you all, if you want to do that, you or Mike, just saying because his name was on there, so.
I'll save mine for second reading.
What's that?
That I'll save mine for second reading.
Got it. No, same here. I'll save my comments for second reading.
I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to make my comments. And first of all, start by thanking Michael Zayas. First of all, for taking the time. I know earlier today we had a meeting, my agenda briefing. I had many, many questions. I had many, many questions with regard to this product, why this way. And I'm going to be quite honest with you, when I went through my agenda briefing, I was a firm no. But once you explained to me your thought process and ameliorating some of my concerns, I slowly came around to understanding that maybe you and I are probably more aligned in our concerns than we are apart. So I appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate the work that you've invested in this, and looking forward to bringing something that has safety first and foremost. And I think that was really what won me over in our discussion. So just really my comments are really on the work that you've put in, and thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further discussion on this ordinance in first reading? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call this roll on item 10A.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 10A passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 10B, an ordinance in first reading. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $15,500,000 aggregate principal amount of stormwater utility system revenue bonds, Series 2021, to provide funds, together with other available monies, to finance the cost of improvements to the town's stormwater utility system, providing that details, terms, and other matters relating to the issuance of the bonds shall be established or provided for in a supplemental bond resolution, providing that the bonds will be secured and payable from the net revenues of the town's stormwater utility system, as more specifically described in the supplemental bond resolution, authorizing the town manager to proceed to develop the necessary documents to sell and issue the bonds, and to determine the specific details of the bonds within the parameters set forth in the supplemental bond resolution, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. To our CFO, Ismael Diaz. See it's your item. No? Any presentations? Got it. Any motions on the table before we get into discussion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Discussion, council, on item 10B. It's an ordinance of first reading. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance 10B, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, 10B, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 10C. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, authorizing and providing for a short-term interfund loan from unrestricted general fund balance to capital funds in an amount not to exceed $2.5 million, providing for transfer of funds, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. This one says Diaz again. I don't know if you want to jump in there for the town manager. Just giving you guys an opportunity because your name's on there, so
Yeah.
that means you guys worked on it.
I'll just chime in real quick. What this is a temporary transfer of cash from the general fund to the capital fund to have the cash available for when we go to court next month. We have the cash on hand in the capital fund to be able to deposit with the registry of the court for the eminent domain process that we're going to take the warehouse there for the 59th Avenue Extension project.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move it.
There's a motion and there's a second. I believe. Any discussion, council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call this roll on this ordinance in first reading.
Ordinance in first reading, item 10C. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 10C, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to ordinances in second reading. This is a public hearing. Item 11A, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, creating Article 12 titled Naming Rights and Sponsorship Policy, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what this item purports to do, and what it rather not just purports, but is trying to do, is to set some basic criteria for those who would wish to sponsor a town event or perhaps even support the naming of a town facility. So it sets certain criteria for that to avoid some of the embarrassing potential dilemmas as the Heat Arena almost faced, as some of you may recall last year. So this is trying to be proactive, trying to develop a policy that respects the values of the town, but also comports with the First Amendment. That is the ordinance on second reading, and I move its adoption.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second, but this is a public hearing. Any members from the public wishing to speak on item 11A? Any members from the public wishing to speak on item 11A? Mrs. Clerk, is there anybody online wishing to speak? Do you know?
I will open it up just in case anyone participating in this meeting via Zoom, if you want to say something on this ordinance, please state your name and address right now.
That's item
Thank you.
11A. That is item 11A, sponsoring and naming rights.
Ordinance in second reading.
Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak here at Town Hall on an ordinance in second reading? Item 11A, sponsoring and naming rights by Councilman Dieguez. Seeing none, going once, going twice. The public hearing is closed. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this, council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 11A. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and congratulations to Councilman Dieguez for passing naming rights and sponsorship policy here in the town of Miami Lakes. We're on to resolutions. Item 12A, which has been combined with item 15C, Director Danny Angel. We have dugout options, tennis courts, and monthly report on Miami Lakes Optimist Park.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I don't want to jinx it, so I'm just going to jump right into it. So to start off with 15C, we do have an update from Miami-Dade County School Board. We are scheduled to meet with them next Wednesday, a virtual meeting to finally go over the much anticipating revised conceptual design. Hopefully we get some steps in the right direction onto the joint use agreement and we can move forward with this project. On item 12A1, the dugout options.
We're going to take one at a time, so we'll make motions on each individually because that's the way that you guys set it out.
Absolutely. So 12A1 is the dugout option. This was an item, Mayor, that you brought back in, well, you brought to us initially in March to come back to this town council with some options. Last month, we did pull an item. It was a fabric shade structure option. I believe the consensus was to get a more hardened structure. So we evaluated a cooperative contract opportunity with Clay County. I did engage with several vendors, and the option that you have in front of you right now is something that's within budget and does meet the scope of what this council had requested. It's a metal cover option integrated with new chain link fencing. It uses a PBR, which are the purlin bearing rib panels. It can be reused if we remove it, but it will have to comply with the Florida Building Code. Let's say we move forward with the reconfiguration project within the next 3 to 5 years. We can't guarantee that it will meet code at that time. It will have to be re-engineered. The manufacturer has been in business since 1964. Polygon, we've been working with them, and They guarantee their lead time for the installation, for the fabrication installation of this dugout project within 34 to 38 weeks. Now, the other vendor did come in about almost $200,000 more expensive. It was a very similar product. They were able to shorten up the installation time, but it was something that was going to exceed our current budget with the Optimus Park. So that is the dugout option in front of you right now. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Got it on the dugout option only. Council, any motions on the table before we get into discussion?
I'm going to move it. Second.
All right, discussion. Anyone have any discussion? Anyone have any discussion? Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Angel, I just wanted to, again, and I apologize if you may have addressed this. I was trying to get ahead of the meeting and prepare myself. But my understanding is that some of the urgency has gone away from the dugout item because someone, we don't know who, right, went ahead and took some action on their own. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was personally out there assessing the dugouts last night, actually, and Field 5, which is the one that was most concerning, the water protrusion issue seems to have gone away. It was taken care of. So the urgency, I don't believe it's there yet, or it's there now, so.
And we've inspected it to make sure the work was done well and whatnot.
Again, I mean, all I examined was the water protrusion issue that was initially referenced back in March. It's not there.
Okay, and do you have a recommendation as to how we should proceed tonight on this item, in your professional judgment?
My professional judgment, we do have that meeting coming up next week with the Miami-Dade County School Board. I would probably recommend that we probably hold off on pursuing this dugout option until we could actually discuss with them what the town is proposing. And potentially, I mean, I know that the issue might be the pricing and even the installation time, right? 34 to 38 weeks, so that takes us into next year, January, February. So possibly that gives us more time internally to huddle, possibly put out a bid to local vendors and see what the pricing is within the next 30 to 60 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Diegues. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mr. Angel, my opinion is very much in line with what you just stated now. I think given with the meetings that are coming up with the school board and what we can do and the time that this is going to take, the lead time that they've asked, I think we can afford to put the brakes on it just for now. We know, and thank you very much for doing the work. It's not unnoticed that you went through a lot of effort to do this. But now that we understand that the most dire need has been addressed, I think this is something that I'd like to just hold off for a second until we know what we're going to do with the project as a whole. Because what you mentioned during your report about being able to reuse it, but not guaranteeing that you can reuse it. I would hate to be in a position where we spend the money to do these dugouts and then we actually are voting on, the residents are voting on a full park redesign, and then we've already spent this money to do this and we may not be able to use the dugouts again. I think these funds would be maybe better used in a portion of the park that is not going to change as a result of the redesign. The basketball courts, the lighting poles closest to Our Lady of the Lakes Church that are not going to be changed. We can retrofit those. So there's a lot of things that we can do with these funds that are in line with the redesign if it is approved by the residents, but it's not seen as a I wouldn't say waste, because this is obviously going to be something that benefits the park, but it may be premature to do this instead of holding off, see what happens at the meeting, see if we can put this out to the residents, and then wait for the residents to make a decision on it. So that would be my vote would be to hold off on this specific issue. And if we want to, at the next council meeting, bring up some items where these funds could be addressed, basketball courts and things like that, lighting at the tennis courts, items that won't be affected by the redesign. Oh, by the way, I've spoken to the Optimist about this, and they're in support. They understand. They're hoping that the residents will approve the redesign, but they understand that they can play a season or two or 3 if it ends up being in November, with the current status and do other improvements to the park.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Vice Mayor.
You know, Danny and I had an opportunity to go over this item, and you know, I kind of have the same sentiment that he did. You know, it'd be a shame to throw good money after bad, right? And you know, I think what's happened is the facts have changed, right? It's not indecision, right? I know that we've been blamed for being indecisive, right, and kicking the can down the road, but certain circumstances that actually drove us to this point have been ameliorated, right? Which was gaping holes in the dugouts. That was an embarrassment, right? Nobody in this community that likes to live here is proud of living in this community, wants their park to have massive holes in it. So the situation has been ameliorated. Yes, we can buy time, but when this issue came up, I also wanted to buy. What do I love to buy? I love to buy options, right? I like to see what the options are. And one of the things that the mayor has been steadfast in saying, you know, why don't we find other opportunities, or why don't we see how we can get comparable products installed? And that was the issue that I had, and I appreciate that that's an option as well, right? Taking this out to bid, or seeing if there's a company or a contractor that can come in and maybe install or refurbish, or in the event, right, this community votes against, right? The community may not want a $15 million option. They might want something that's a little bit more sensible. I do think that that park needs something, and I do want to have that option available to go, whether it's a backup, whether it's you know, we vote it down on this council. That's what I'm going to continue to advocate for. And again, you know, I'm not going to not hammer the dead horse, so to speak, but I think that's the direction. Now that the fact that this may go one way or another, right, and depending on the outcome of that vote, I would like to see some money invested into those options that are going to be with that park, whether the redesign happens or not, like the $10,000 that the Special Needs Advisory Board just came up and asked for resurfacing of the Matthew Palacio. So if this item is not an immediate need at this moment in time, I'd like to move forward with that. Well, I'm not going to get away from that. I'd like to hear your option. You speak to that issue of the $10,000 for the resurfacing of the park after this item is voted up or down.
Councilwoman Serrano, and then Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the fact that we don't want to throw good money away. However, I'm concerned on how long it is going to take us to have the community decide on the $15 million and then go through the process and go through construction. I would hate to put these dugouts back in purgatory for another few years. Do we have any idea how long that could possibly take?
Are you referring to like a bond question on the ballot?
Bond question on the ballot, and then moving forward with bonds and construction.
Construction is estimated to be about a year. So if we go with the full design, what we are going to be able to do is, I believe that within the next 2 to 3 months maximum, we'll be scheduling a workshop with all of you. By then, we hope and expect that the agreement, at least administratively, between us and the school board is complete, and then the JUA with the attached design is going to go to both the school board as well as this council for approval. Prior to putting it before you here in this kind of a forum, we want to walk you through step by step in a workshop environment. We want to talk about the design. We want to talk about the options. The Vice Mayor is happy about that. We want to talk about also funding options. What we recommend, we are going to put before you a recommendation as far as how we can get there. And then also we hope to put before you, if you concur with our recommendation on the design and the funding, also then a timeline for how do we get there. But it could, like you said, I don't disagree. It could easily be a year and a half before we put it before the voters, and then a year of construction. It could be 2.5 years before we cut a ribbon, if it goes that way.
That would be under perfect circumstances, right? We still have to negotiate that agreement with the school board, and that unfortunately takes a very long time. Conversations with the school board tend to drag.
Administratively, that's done. That's what we've been back and forth with the school board at our level, not the elected officials, but at the administrative level, we've been back and forth with the school board. So the the verbiage, the text of the JUA is done, and the exhibit, which is the attachment, which is the design, that is done. Now we hope that we can put the final bow on it and then bring it before you in the next couple months.
Okay, understood. So another question that I had, and maybe I just haven't been privy to the same information as my colleagues. What is it that miraculously resolved the issue in the dugouts?
I believe there was an issue in Field 5, which was the one with the worst condition. If you go out to the park, you'll notice that Field 5 has a flat slope. So I guess what was happening there, when it would rain and we would have these heavy rain events, it would just puddle there. So that was the one that was in worst condition. All the other ones are in decent condition. They've been in the same condition, I mean, since the park has been, in inception. And, over the couple years, we've probably had volunteer dads that have gone in there and done some little patchwork, patching up the holes. So the other fields are in pretty decent shape. The Field 5 was the one that was in the worst condition, and that was taken care of.
And Field 5 is which field?
It's the one right in the center where the concession stand is proposed to go.
Okay. So I love the idea of getting, I guess, more bids on this, right? It looks a little pricey to me, but I don't really know a lot about this. I like that idea, but I don't love the idea of kind of putting this again on hold for eons of time. I also don't like the idea of putting any other aspects on hold, the tennis courts or anything else that we were going to look into, right? If this gets put on hold, I'd like to see the rest of the items move forward, and I think that we can possibly find in this item a little bit of funding for the Boundless Playground. I don't think that it's a lot of money, and I think that it's something that we can definitely squeeze out of this budget. Thank you.
Councilman Fernandez.
So I think I'm more or less along the lines of my colleagues. I kind of had a little bit of indigestion on this item originally, just because it's my preference to do the park as a whole, and I'll kind of equate it to buying the all-season floor mats before 6 months before the car gets delivered, and you never know what could happen, and you can change your mind, and so I would prefer. I think I think we have the luxury of waiting another month or two, so that'll inform my vote.
Got it. Yeah, that's fine. So there was a motion and a second on the table to, just want to be clear, not to accept it.
I wanted to move it to have precisely this discussion. I'm going to vote not in favor, but I wanted to have this discussion. I wanted to provide the guidance to the staff. I wanted the people to hear. I wanted the folks at the Optimist Park, and I wanted everybody to be on the same page, right? It's one of those issues where, again, we took a step forward, maybe take a step back. It's not indecisiveness. It's the conditions that were there before have changed, and then we have to adapt. Otherwise, it's not like we're going to bring that money back unless it goes to the voters and we get 15 million. So I think it's a wise decision, but do you prefer for me to withdraw it or rather fail?
No, withdraw. We could just move on to the next item.
Sure,
I think
I'll be more than happy to withdraw it. I have another motion anyways that I'd like to throw out there, if I could. So I'm going to withdraw
on the dugouts?
Yeah, on the dugouts.
Okay.
So since that item is not moving forward, one of the things that, and Councilman Rodriguez and I are very proud that our children just finished our season there at Miami Lakes Optimist. I'm particularly proud because that was the fields that I grew up on playing. So to me, not am I a proud dad, it's a very nostalgic moment, and I get choked up every time I go out there with my kid. So I have the privilege of not just understanding this issue, but living this issue. One of the options, again, one of my favorite words, that Mr. Angel brought forward to us, what I thought was a very good alternative, was portable dugouts. And I know Pinto A field and Pinto B field have absolutely no shelter for the children. They have absolutely no, apart from the areas where people are seated, but just really no shelter to protect the kids from maybe a fly ball or a misdirected pitch or the sun. So since we're not going without with the current permutation of this item, what I wanted to present, or what I wanted to do, was allocate some resources to putting 4 portable dugouts, 2 for Pinto A, Pinto B. They would be repurposed, so they're on trailer. That was one of the options that you presented. They can be taken to alternative parks if they're never used, but it would mean an immediate benefit to that park. It would make an immediate impact, and I think the price is negligible. I think when you quoted them, they were under, I think they were around $3,000 to $5,000 each, which is,
Yeah, it's about 5K each.
yeah. So
I'll second that. Any discussion on the portable dugouts?
Can you explain to me how those work? We would be purchasing them or we would be renting them?
Yeah, it will be a full purchase. We'll own them. And it's a pretty cool design. They come in on wheels, so they're portable. So you could bring them out whenever they're in need of use, and we could store them whenever there's an off-season. And we could repurpose them to other parks. If the park ever gets redesigned, reconfigured, we could take them to Royal Oaks Park. They could be used also as soccer dugouts as well, too, at Royal Oaks Park.
Thank you. So I'd like to, if my colleagues agree, I'd like to amend the Vice Mayor's motion to include the $10,000 for the repairs of the
that was
Boundless.
going to be my second one, but yeah.
Second.
Yeah, yes.
You were going to get to it. I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, it's and I think Mr. Angel wanted to speak to that issue, or because you're making.
Yeah, so a couple months ago, I went ahead and actually did get a quote. It's a 3,000 square foot playground resurface. I think it's exceeded its time frame. It's been like 13 years since we resurfaced. Similar thing happened to us in 2019 with Picnic Park West, where this council went ahead and gave us direction and the resources to refurbish that. So the total price tag on that is $32,000. This is a piggyback contract with the city of Miami. I was discussing it with administration and with Carlos. We could possibly fund that through the sinking fund option, and we could bring something back to your approval next month at the next council meeting.
It's Councilwoman Rano, it's your motion, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I always seem to have sticker shock, right? Clearly live in a different world. These numbers are always higher than I expect them to be. Do you remember what the budget was for the playground at Picnic Park West?
50,000. It was 45 to 50,000. Yeah. This is what we're doing here since it's already exceeded its time frame. We're coming in with an inch and a half of, it's called retop resurface. And what that does is salvages what's currently there. If not, we have to come in there with the next couple of years and excavate everything, come in with a whole new resurfacing project, which will probably cost a lot more in the long run. So they're coming in now with, and what it's guaranteed for 5 years and should last about 7 to 10 years.
Okay. And this is the same repair that Chair Levy was discussing?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's probably best that I withdraw my amendment and let you come back with the actual. Was that something that we will bring several bids for or price in several?
Yeah, I identified a current contract with the city of Miami. The pricing is competitively bid, so it's generally what you're seeing. There's about $10 a square foot, and they're coming in with that in and hatch to resurface the entire 3,000 square foot area.
So is it something that we should wait for you to bring back to us, or is it something that we should move forward with?
No, yeah, I'll bring it back to you in June as a package. It has to be adopted as a resolution.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I will withdraw that amendment.
Back onto the main motion, I'm completely in favor of the portable dugouts. I know last meeting, Councilman Alvarez hit it on the head when he talked about these and the usability later on to move them to different parks and stuff. The one thing I just want to touch upon, just because it bothers me, is the dugouts. To have these unknown angels come out of nowhere to fix these things, to me, it's almost a bit, yeah, it's great that it happened, but it's a bit shameful that we couldn't do it, right? People are paying crazy amounts of money to live here. Even the folks that don't like living here, right? The 7%, we're 93% that love living in the town, 7%. Those folks even have crazy amounts of equity because of the demand of moving here. But it is, to me, it's almost shameful that people are paying crazy amounts of money to live here. And we have to have unknown individuals, anonymous individuals, fix dugouts for little kids. So just want to put that on the record. I am 100% in favor of this option, but we got to do better long term. We got to plan better, because that's just not a Miami Lakes standard look that I think we should be doing long term. Just want to put that on the record, but I am full favor of this option. Any further discussion on this option? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to tennis courts.
No, actually on the dugouts.
Oh, you're right. Which one's on? You have another motion on the dugout?
Yeah, I actually wanted, you actually did a great opener for it. I actually wanted to reimburse the Unknown Angels for any expenses that they had in relation to repairs. While I know they're unknown, I don't know, maybe the Optimist Club can accept a donation on our behalf, but I do believe it's shameful as well, the fact that people came in and had to take money out of their pocket. So I, like to see if maybe, since somebody incurred costs with that, if there was any way to reimburse those costs.
Vice Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Let Danny do a little detective work, see if he could discover who the elves were that worked out there, and then have some conversations, and then bring it back to you next month with a recommendation on how to accomplish the overall goal of what I think is what you want to do.
Absolutely. Yes. I just want to make those angels or unknown parties whole for any expenses that they came out of pocket.
Can I add something to that? I think that's a very noble gesture, but I'd really like to discourage future unknown angels. This is not a practice that we should engage in. I don't want residents to take it upon themselves to fix things and possibly think that they're going to be reimbursed. I'd rather have them bring it up to us as a council and give us the opportunity to address it. I know that the parents are very passionate about the park and they want to do their best, but I'd like to just encourage parents to come before us and have us take a tackle at it and not take it upon themselves. Thank you.
Got it. I agree with the Vice Mayor. I just want to make sure that they remain anonymous, because I don't want somebody later on to be like, hey, so-and-so did things illegal, you know what I mean? And I kind of know not everybody means well, right? There are people that don't mean, so I don't want somebody to try to hurt folks that do that. So if it's anonymous angels, it is what it is. Okay. Any further discussion? We're good? Okay, got it. We're moving on to the tennis courts.
So on item 12A2, tennis courts, we went ahead and identified a piggyback opportunity with Martin County. We did market research and confirmed that it is very competitive pricing. You're looking at a total price tag of $38,000, and what that does is, and I'll just read the menu right here: pressure cleaning and power blowing, patch all depressions greater than 1/16 inch, installation of fiberglass mesh membrane to repair the excessive cracking, 2 coats of acrylic resurfacer and 2 coats of acrylic color concentrate, two-tone, whatever color we choose, lines for 4 tennis courts, line for 4 pickleball courts, 4 new tennis nets, and 4 external winding mechanism cranksets. The company is a very reputable company, Sports Surfaces LLC. They're widely known in the national tennis industry market. And again, the price tag in front of you is $38,000, and the resurfacing job is guaranteed for 5 years.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Just discussion. I'll open it up real quick. I 100% favor this, moving this forward as fast as possible. The only thing I would like to see that we can do a better job of is find a program provider that can really take tennis, now that we're going to have a nice court, tennis to the next level in our community. I don't know if that's something that you're thinking of in the future, because I think there's going to be great opportunities now, tennis and pickleball, so I would like to see that happen.
We have a new staff member that's coming on board June 1st. We got him out of the city marathon, and he started the tennis and pickleball program there, ran it for 6 years. So that's my vision for that park and that amenity.
Got it. Councilman Rodriguez and anyone else?
Another guy for that.
Danny, just one item, if we could maybe add, we had discussed those portable pickleball nets. Is that what this?
Yeah, so with the external winding mechanism, you could adjust the net to play both pickleball and tennis at the same time.
All right, perfect. So you don't need to have the ones that you set up, okay, perfect.
Got it. Any further discussion on the tennis courts? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, one thing, point of personal privilege,
Yes.
before Mr. Angel leaves. I was at the Jakey Duque Park on Saturday, and Orlando Duque and that entire family are extremely grateful for all the work that you specifically, he named you specifically, he says the town staff did great, but you specifically went above and beyond in helping them to accomplish their goal for that park. And I wanted to personally thank you on the record in front of all the residents for doing that.
I appreciate that, Councilman. It was something that it was what needed to be done, and humbling experience. That family, the hand of God is on that family, and it was an honor and pleasure. And we're looking forward to hosting some more dad events out there, mom events out there. So it's going to be a great amenity to the town.
Thank you, Director Angel. We're moving on to item 12B, Mr. Manager.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if you'll permit me, I'd like to make a motion to, I'd like to move to reopen the order business.
I'll second.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to move that we, or rather, I guess we have to vote on the motion, no? Or rather, unanimous consent?
Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, seeing none, the order of business is open.
Thank you. And I'd like to move to take up this item simultaneously with my item on council meeting efficiency. That would be the motion.
So combining item 12B with 13A, all those in, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
I'll
The
be
order of
fine with
business
letting the manager
has been
go first.
adopted. Mr. Manager on 12B.
Yes. I have seen in the year, or 2 years plus that I've been here, that from time to time we have special guests that we have come to make presentations to this council. We've had Florida Power and Light, we've had Miami-Dade Solid Waste, we've had our town auditors, we've had our financial advisor and bond counsel, and the only place for me to slot them when it's a guest that's generated or initiated by town staff is to put them under manager's report. And as a courtesy to these special guests, I've always asked for your consideration to move them up in the agenda. So in the special rules, I thought it would make more sense to actually just have a slot for these types of presentations where it doesn't obviously have to be the first thing on the agenda, but bring it up from way late in the agenda. So my recommendation is to take the first, in the order of business under 3.1, is to take the first item, which is special presentations, and rename it to proclamations, recognitions, and awards, and then take special presentations and redefine it as those presentations when we have guests, and slot it lower in the agenda between committee reports and consent calendars.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Discussion,
Mr.
council.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you. And being that we're taking it simultaneously, I'm going to get into discussion on my item as well.
Could we, I'm sorry to interrupt you, could we vote on this item separately?
We made a motion initially to combine them, so we combined it ourselves. So no, let's let's give them both an opportunity. The reason we combined, because if not, they were right behind each other.
No, I get it. The concept of renaming is very different than what Councilman Diegues' item.
I'm okay with taking it up.
Yeah, the reason why I actually want to take them up together even now is because ultimately, and again, my item was really about getting discussion. It's, whether I was going to move it just to get the ball rolling. I may have even withdrawn it by the time we finish discussing it, but I just wanted to talk about ways that we can be more efficient.
Got it.
Now, what the manager is proposing to me seems to be in that spirit, the same spirit of being more efficient with our time, but it still talks about combining them into one meeting. I think we can take them up together. I get what you're saying about the renaming aspect, but I guess you know what? Think about it some more. My item actually would basically put those two in the same meeting anyway. So yeah, I'm actually not opposed to going ahead and voting on it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I am a no, Madam Clerk. The motion passes.
And Mr. Mayor, at this point, just to get the ball rolling on the discussion, for those in the public who have not had the benefit of reading my memorandum on this item, the idea is just to get a discussion going on how we can be more efficient with our meetings. This meeting's actually flying along surprisingly well. Of course, I probably don't want to jinx it, but
Your threat worked.
So, a lot of times, especially lately, we have a lot of items that are popping up in our agenda. In the time that I've been here, just the reports section alone has ballooned to include things well beyond the police and attorney's report and the manager's report, right? We have an infrastructure report now, among other things. And I think that those, especially at the time that those reports get discussed, it's so late at night that I don't even know who it's really benefiting. So in the spirit of trying to figure out how we can be more efficient with the time and also give the public a more or greater opportunity to be able to hear the information that we're presented with, and also to get them more involved, I wanted to discuss the possibility, at least, of holding two different meetings. One would be intended to deal with more substantive items, and then another one that would deal more with community-type items, and that's the spirit here. So, for the benefit of the public, the idea is that the first meeting would handle items involving the consent agenda, quasi-judicial matters, ordinances on first reading, second reading, resolutions, and as well as permitting the addition of any urgent attorney, counsel, or manager reports. The second meeting, which would be the community meeting, would be reserved for public recognitions and presentations, other special presentations, committee reports, new business items, council reports, manager reports, and attorney reports. The idea, again, behind that is just figuring out how we can be more efficient. If my colleagues do not have an appetite to bifurcate the meetings or find another way of being more efficient, I'll be happy to withdraw the item. But I at least wanted to have the discussion. So with that, I'll move the item, again, for purposes of discussion, and that we go ahead and adopt the item as it is written.
I'll second your motion for discussion.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you. I love the idea of being more efficient, and I love the idea of separating things that are business items with things that are more community-oriented, feel-good items. I'm just not sure if, for some of us, it would be feasible to attend two items. I don't know. I know that I've been discussing with the attorneys the absence rule, and how would that factor into, now we would have to come to two meetings, or only one meeting would constitute us being present or not. So those are the things that I'm not sure how to iron out. I'm here all the time, right? I make an effort to come to everything that we do, so I wouldn't mind divvying it up. I'd love to get home, before 3 o'clock in the morning. It'd be nice. So I'm open to hearing what my colleagues have to say about it. I wouldn't mind it at all. I'm just not sure how it would fit into our rules.
Any further discussion on this, council? Seeing none.
Just to answer my colleague's point, the way I would have envisioned it is that we already set aside time for a workshop as well every month. So in essence, the workshop that date would also be used for the second meeting, and potentially we can even go ahead and include any workshop items as well on that date. That would be how it would be envisioned. But again, if nobody has any comments on that, I'm going to take that to mean that you guys are going to vote it down. Is that accurate?
No, not.
Well, I think we're going to deadlock even if we were to. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead. Look, I'm just trying to see how we can be more creative, even if that's involving starting earlier, But it's just, again, it's about trying to finish.
You have folks here that want to chime in. You have the Vice Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez.
All right. So I agree with you. There's definitely ways that we can make our meetings more efficient. One of them is inputting time limits on ourselves. We have it. I know the mayor graciously does not choose to enforce it because, I think we're pretty good about it, but there's ways that we can do it where we can make it more efficient. But I know what will happen if you bifurcate these meetings. We'll have two meetings, maybe not till 1, but till 10 or 11. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Instead of 6-7 hours at one time, they're going to be 4 or 5 hours each time. I think it's better. I think there's other ways that we can accomplish your goal. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Collazo. Yeah.
Thank you. One of the things that I first went through when I first got elected, I started going through old meetings, and one of those meetings was probably one of the biggest transformations our town has seen, which is a town center district. And I remember how much turmoil there was in town, and that item, I think, was brought up more or less like around midnight or 11:28, around that time. And for all that turmoil, there was nobody here. There was nobody, and it's usually been big, heavy lifts have always been the quasis. I have always seen, because of the format of the meeting, because you're entering evidence, it's a different format. So I like your idea. I like your idea, but not as a global issue, but maybe when we have a quasi-judicial, right, we use that one workshop that we have set aside. So it's not going to be every month we have 2 meetings, but when we have those big heavy lifts, budget's a heavy lift. You know, maybe it's one of those opportunities where we can have that one workshop meeting. So I like the item. I don't like it in its totality. I think we single out those times that we need to possibly break up the meeting if we know, there's going to be a big bond issue that may come with friction, right? And there might be a lot of people in the community wanting to weigh in on it. I think those are the opportunities that we do, and we set up the meeting format that way, because then what we'll do is we'll be encouraging, right, the public discourse. We'll be encouraging the people that are here, rather than forcing people maybe to stay till 1 a.m. to hear one particular item. So I'm in favor of your item. I'm not in favor of its totality, so to speak, but maybe picking or choosing our second meeting date. So I would be in favor of that. I don't know if that's a motion, if that's an amendment, if that's something, but I'd like to see it fit in that direction.
Yeah, what I'd be happy to do is to go ahead and withdraw the item for now, and then just come back at the next meeting with, a different proposal, that I'll figure out how to wordsmith that, right, to accommodate those big ticket type items, and also just to kind of contemplate what other big ticket items we've had in the past. But that is part of my concern, is that sometimes these big items get debated late at night when we've had a full day of work, and so it doesn't really benefit us when our brains are fried discussing big issues, and it doesn't benefit the public either, who are also themselves tired and may not want to stay up to opine on these issues late at night. So that was part of the spirit of the item, and I agree with you. Perhaps maybe it's about singling out certain items, and so I'll come back to the council in June with another idea. But for now, I'll go ahead and withdraw the item.
Yeah, I was going to comment, but I'll wait till you bring that back, that item. And I will say this, and I do remember one of the reasons why Tony Lama, when he was up here, had changed the new business items new rule, was to give the council more time to study and stuff. I mean, the idea between that and doing our briefings and having options of sunshine meetings, kind of like, we're educated enough, we do our due diligence, and we don't need 3 hours on one issue, you know what I mean? But everybody has the right to do whatever they want. But yeah, that's fine. Yeah, bring it back. You got some good feedback, and we'll go from there. We're moving on to my item. Paver crosswalk, we did a great job of it. West of 6-7, we did a great job in that area of town. East of 6-7, we promised it to those residents way back then when this project came up. I remember the conversations. Everybody, the town manager at the time held off on it because the county wanted certain engineering drawings, and I would have held up the permit or whatnot. And I just feel that we owe it to those residents to see this through. Those are nice. That's a very nice amenity to have. I remember when we did it west of 67th, all the residents in that area loved it. I know the price tag's $65,000. We don't have it at the moment. I disagree with our town manager. I know in the capital fund there's always money to be found. I'll be more than happy to dive in there. I could tell you, if I dive in there, I bet you I'd find it. But I just want to make a motion, just going into the next budget cycle, to direct staff to keep this project in mind in the capital project as money becomes available.
I'll second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 13C, Councilman Rodriguez.
All right. In the spirit of efficiency, I'm just going to go ahead and make my motion, because I'm sure most of you have already gone over this. Motion to instruct town attorney to develop an ordinance that will allow for vacancy of town committees to be brought before the town council in order to ensure that these seats are filled. The ordinance should provide for notice to the council member who holds a vacancy an opportunity to appoint, and a mechanism to bring the vacancy before the council should the council member holding the vacancy be unwilling or unable to make the appointment. Again, this is just direction to the attorney to flush out the item.
Second.
Discussion, council, on this item. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilman Rodriguez, unfortunately, I cannot be with you on this item. I have a lot of strong feelings about this. One of the themes, as I'm sure you know, that I've always brought up during my time on here is maintaining the council's prerogative on multiple fronts. And one of them for me is to maintain the right of each individual council member and the mayor to be able to have a right to their own appointments. And with that comes the ability to not appoint. There's been times where I've left my slots open on some committees because I didn't like some of the candidates that had applied. I didn't feel that they were, the kind of candidate that I would want representing me, because ultimately, while these are volunteers, they're also representations of us. And sometimes we need to take time to vet our appointments. And in some cases, some people may not want to appoint. And again, I just think that that's something they should be allowed to do. Additionally, in 2014, the language that you see there, the clause regarding the equal appointments, was something that I worked on with then Councilman Lama to go ahead and put on the charter, or rather on the ballot, to amend the charter. And part of the spirit of that was, again, to empower the council to be able to have control over their own appointments. I believe at that time, it was solely in the power or the discretion of the mayor. So in keeping with that spirit, that's why I cannot support it. I'm a big proponent of, again, we get to pick and choose, or not to pick and choose, who we want to put on something. And for that reason, I just cannot support it.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Any further discussion? Councilman Rodriguez.
All right, so I get your point, but the way the committees are set up is all we do is nominate. We all have to vote on the appointees anyway. We did it today with about 9 people. So some of us, when you say we may not have someone, you may not have someone, but another council member may know someone that you may not know that would fit perfectly with that committee. So I think the spirit of this item is for the person who wants to fill the vacancy to bring someone before the council, including the member who has not made the appointment, and have everyone vote on the appointment of this person to fill that vacancy. And there'll be time periods, there'll be notice, everyone's gonna say, they're gonna tell you, okay, you have this vacancy for X number of days. If you don't find someone, or if you don't have someone or would not like to fill the vacancy, then one of your other colleagues can propose someone to be appointed. And that was the spirit of the deal. I think the committees work best when they're at full capacity. I'm glad to see that we have a roster of nominations today that was robust. So it's that. I want to make sure that all committees are filled, they're able to do their best with the most people that are intended to be on each of those committees.
Any further discussion, Council Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Rodriguez, I remember once somebody told me they couldn't agree with me more, couldn't disagree with me more, and this is kind of my kind of the same sentiment that I'm having with this item. And it has little to do so much with what you're proposing, but more to do with my process. And my process has been one that over the years, I actually ask my appointees before they get appointed to go to a meeting. First is to make sure that they can meet the time commitment, right? I meet with the chair. I'm very thorough with my process. It ultimately gets me to very good appointments, and it gets me to people who can contribute to that meeting. And I'd hate for me to lose an appointment because of my process. What I feel that this item does, because there may be somebody that hasn't appointed somebody or hasn't gone through the process, it gives that opportunity to somebody else. And I don't want to forego that opportunity. I think in the past I've heard the mayor say, he truly has a lot of faith in his appointees. I've heard you say appoint people who are, and that doesn't come from one day to the next. I sometimes get a roster of individuals, I don't know who they are. Maybe you know who they are, but I take the time to understand them because I want to make sure that they're reflective of me. So I want to make sure that nothing strips me of that. And I know you're talking about timelines, or to be quite honest with you, I've had a vacancy in Veterans Affairs for quite some time. And it's not because there's nobody wanting to serve. It's just nobody has come forward that I've engaged with that has gone through that process, has met with the committee chair, has contributed and make sure that they can meet that time requirement. So I'd hate to be stripped of that opportunity, and that's my reason. It's a very personal reason, right? And a lot of it has to do with the way that I make appointments. So I can't support this Committee Vacancy Act based on that.
Thank you, Councilman, Vice Mayor Collazo. I'm in favor of this act, and I'll give you guys some history. When I first got elected to the dais, nobody wanted to serve on committees, and the clerk remembers this very clearly. I literally made like 90% of the appointments. Like, I went out there into the community, I was finding people. I was like, yo, what do you mean nobody wants? We couldn't find people. So you literally had committee rosters where you had my name almost next to everybody. There was like 2 or 3 committees like that. That's when the change happened in the charter. All they did was just change people's names next to those folks. The only reason why I would support this is, I'm going to give you guys a great example. About 3 months ago, or 2-3 months ago, whatever it was, I had 3 residents come talk to me. They've been living here for a long time. They want to get involved. They're super excited. I never have committee availabilities. I mean, I usually, the moment that Ashley tells me I have an availability, I immediately appoint whoever, like today, she told me I had blasting committee, we're missing a person. I went on the blasting advisory board. I go, who's ready? And one gentleman called me. I don't know who he is, but he talked to me. He was super excited. We got him the application. Within 30 minutes, he applied and he got appointed tonight. So I literally have 0. But several months ago, I had 3 residents come see me, mom and dad and a daughter. The dad is a former police chief, top police chief from North Carolina. He's a former United States Marine. This guy's highly decorated. The daughter is currently an active military member in naval intelligence. The mom is one of the top special needs teachers in South Florida. So I told them, I just met them, I go, hey, you guys would be phenomenal on our committees. I'm going to get you an application. I don't have appointments, but I'm going to get you an application. So I'll give it to the clerk. I can't talk to any of you guys, so I can't. So, but I give it to the clerk, and I know the clerk puts it on there. I think there's like 48 applications on file. And these folks come see me. Like, they came to see me already twice, asking me. The daughter about a week ago sent me, hey, we're excited to go. Why can't we serve? And these folks are highly decorated people. There is no reason why they shouldn't be on committees. I can't talk to you guys. If it were up to me, they would have been appointed 2 months ago. So they would have been appointed. But I'm going to give you another example. Here's where we differ, Vice Mayor. I am probably the most accessible elected official up here. I meet with people every single day. One of our most active committee chairs is Rudy Oredo. I never met Rudy Oredo. Never met him. Yet, one of his neighbors called me and said, hey, there is somebody who would be great on the committee. I wasn't going to say, oh, you got to go to committee. I need to vet you. No. Send me his application. I am going to appoint him. Any resident who wants to participate, this is me. You do what you want to do. I am going to appoint them or participate. Rudy Oredo today is one of the most active members of our community simply because I took it at face value. He wanted to participate. Let's do it. Whoever wants to participate. So that's where I see it. If there is a committee availability beyond 30 days, 60, whatever it is, there should be a process to allow other folks to participate. There shouldn't be any committee of it. You do your process. You do whatever you want to do. In terms, no. In terms of tell somebody to go to a meeting, whatever it is, but it shouldn't take 30, 60 days, whatever. These meetings are online. They're everywhere. But at the end of the day, there are so many people that want to give back, and it just bothers me that there are so. I forgot how many availabilities like Ashley sent me the other day. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the Veterans Committee. And you're telling me a former police chief, highly decorated, United States Marine, and an active duty military member can't get on there because nobody has had, they want to give back. And that is, what are you talking about? These folks want to participate. Their entire application has been pending for several months. There's 6 availabilities on that committee. There's zero reason why these folks shouldn't be appointed. They come ask me all the time, why can't they serve this town? Why can't they serve this town? And I say, hey, it's not up to me. I call the clerk, Madam Clerk, how many times? And again, it's not. But it gets to a point where that question has to be brought up. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Councilman Rodriguez, same thing. Youth Activities Task Force, there's 3 availabilities. Education Advisory Board, there's 1. The building, there was 3 in the building one. There was 1 in the neighborhood improvement. It is not up to me. It's up to the council members. But this discussion is so important because those people shouldn't constantly be asking me. And I tell the clerk all the time, hey, these folks, I wish these folks, I can't appoint them because I can't. That's what you guys are. But I appreciate Councilman Rodriguez bringing up this item because I wanted to give that example of people that ask me all the time. There is zero substantive reason why they're not on the Veterans Affairs Committee.
Mayor, if I may, I'm going to amend my motion to table the item until the next meeting to give the attorneys time to flush out the issue a little better.
I haven't had an opportunity to chime in, if you don't mind.
It's going to be, unless everybody votes not to table it, but.
Well, I mean, if we're going to give our feedback, might as well give it before the attorney wastes his time on something.
Sure.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of discussion. I'm going to tackle the items one by one. First and foremost, last month I brought an item that was regarding attendance, and I was told that it was a waste of time because it had never been done before, because it wasn't necessary, because we've managed to survive 20 years without it. Why tackle it now? I kind of feel that way about this item, where I feel like it's unnecessary. We're sitting here in a room with committee chair Claudia Luces, who was removed from her committee and replaced by someone who was eliminated for lack of attendance. So Vice Mayor's point is very accurate, right? Many of these committee members get appointed, they don't attend. We lost a very valuable committee member to another committee member that just didn't have the time to dedicate to the town. So sometimes we try to find better candidates because they're going to dedicate the time to the town. With regards to the process that we each have an individual process on how we appoint individuals, and I want to make it very clear. I've had openings on committees, and both the clerk and the deputy clerk, every month they send me all of the applications that they have on file. So it is not because they are not doing their job and they're not telling us who has applied. It is because when I read an application, perhaps it doesn't speak to me, or perhaps I don't have time to reach out to that person. For whatever it's worth, it's my process. Each of us have 1 vote up here. Each of us have 1 appointment to a committee. Each of us have to stay in our lane. Just because some of us speak to more residents than others, we just had our retreat, right? And we learned about the differences that we each share. We learned that the mayor is trigger happy, right? He meets somebody, and before you know it, that person's appointed to a committee. If somebody comes to him with something that they're unhappy with, in 3 seconds, they're appointed to a committee so that they can fix the process themselves, be part of the, correcting of the process, or be part of our system, right? That is the mayor's process, and I respect it wholeheartedly. I do not like to have anyone step on my toes and actually dictate to me as a council member when I need to appoint someone to a committee or how I should appoint someone to a committee. In years past, for those of us that know the town history, in years past, there have been other elected officials that have kind of monopolized committees and used them for their own benefit, right? None of us up here do it currently because this is structured in this fashion. So because I was part of, what we didn't like in the past, I lived through it, and I was on committees when we had some council members attend meetings and kind of push their own items onto committees. I like the way that this works now. I like that we're each independent, and I understand that the mayor gets frustrated, right? But you have 1 appointment. You appoint that 1 person. Maybe you can think about it a little bit. Maybe you can choose among all of the people that reach out to you. But I don't think that any one of us has the right to pressure another to appoint, or to, I guess, take that appointment for the council. I think that violates the charter, where it says that we have equal representation. I think that once a seat becomes available to the entire council to propose, then that's no longer equal representation. At least that's not how I see it. So when I have someone that reaches out to me that they want to volunteer in a committee, I send them the application, I tell them to send it to the clerk, I call the clerk, and oftentimes I'll ask her, you know, Gina, who has a vacancy in this committee? Oh, Vice Mayor Collazo has a vacancy. Can you please do me a favor and forward this to Vice Mayor? Because this person reached out to me and they want to be appointed to this committee. And then it's Vice Mayor's prerogative. If he likes that person, if he doesn't, there's people that perhaps are not in line with our thought process, or we don't think that they would be a good fit for whatever reason. Or we don't have, you know, that time at that moment. I know that we have a lot of vacancies right now. It seems like we have a lot of vacancies, but we just removed a lot of people for lack of attendance. So today we have a lot of vacancies. We haven't had those vacancies in those mass numbers for a very long time. So this is one of the things that makes me uncomfortable, and I know that it's done with the best intentions, but I can't be supporting it.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah. Again, you know, and I know we sometimes have the bully pulpit up here, right? And transform things into things that they're not. The reason that I have my process is not just because I was a committee chair, not just because I volunteered for 10 years on the Elderly Affairs Committee, but this is what the committee workshop that we just had asked. The committee chairs asked for them to make sure that the applicants can make sure that they can meet the time commitment. The committee chairs asked that the person go to the committee meeting so they know what they're getting involved in. If an applicant comes before me, and I hope before any of you, I hope that you all take that opportunity, because if you don't, you're doing a disservice to that entire committee. If an applicant cannot go to a committee meeting, if an applicant isn't clear on what the mission is, and may have a different idea of what that committee meeting is, I think that you have the opportunity to go through that process. And I think that's what I've always embraced as the process now. You know, whether we have people crashing at our doors to participate, absolutely. And if we have multiple people that want to volunteer in veterans, maybe we should entertain an opportunity to have 2 appointees instead of 1, if that's the group that wants to be more represented. But I don't think that going back and bringing those appointees back is something that, to be quite honest with you, it's not anything that I've heard. And that's where I come with my process. It's something that I've taken the time to develop, again, through the opportunities that I've had to be a committee chair, and through listening. Listening is one of the skills. We have so good, all of us here are such good orators, but sometimes we don't take the time to listen. And I just wish that sometimes we would listen, and this came, and at least my process came from the committee chairs that requested that workshop.
Right. So I'm sure those committee chairs would like to have people appointed to their committees to help them. And that is the point of my item. I put it to the 3 of you who are against the item. What should be the penalty for failure to appoint, to fill out a roster that was intended to be full? Take as long as you need, 60 days, 30 days. It shouldn't take you longer than 30 days to find a resident among 33,000. My appointees, I'll be very honest with you, I talk to them before they even submit an application. If I meet someone who I think would fit in a committee and I have an appointment open, I will ask that person before they've even considered filing an application. So what do you think should be the proper process for when a committee has a vacancy? And these committees are intended to run at capacity. So what should we do? Should we just leave it open until you meet someone? I mean, what should we do?
At this point, I think we should go ahead and vote. If I'm not mistaken, my colleague had made a motion to table, which personally I will be voting against, so we can proceed on the main item.
I wanted to move forward with calling the question.
It's fine. So then we'll just leave appointments open and nobody will accomplish anything. Fantastic.
Got it. There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, just call the roll.
Clarify the motion for me?
Well, the attorneys had said that I could table the item, but now that's going to fail. So if I pull the item, what is the ramifications of that?
Okay, first of all, the motion is on the floor. It's already been seconded.
Correct.
So it belongs to the body. You can table the item and take a vote on tabling the item to the next meeting.
Which will fail.
I
I
don't
know
know
how
if
to
it's going
count.
to fail or not, but
Yeah.
that is your option.
Can we
Mr.
call the question?
Is there any, I'm sorry, is there anything in the charter that requires us to appoint someone? It's not written, correct?
There's nothing in the charter that mandates that you have to appoint someone.
If the charter's silent, can the council create rules?
The issue with the charter, when we reviewed it, is that the charter discusses a couple of things. It discusses boards, which are creatures of the council, and there's no set rules on boards, on what a board is. And there's also creates rules which are, or it discusses things are committees of the council, which states that those by the mayor, and then the council can go ahead and in equal portions. I'm subject equal representation, exactly, appoint.
Through the chair to the attorney, for the item to be reconsidered at the next meeting, somebody from the prevailing side would have to bring that forward, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can I call the question?
You got to vote on, unless he withdraws the motion to table.
There's an
You've
item on
got-
the right now before the body.
Yeah, but the motion.
I didn't
to
get a
table comes
second.
first.
I didn't get a second to table.
You didn't get a second for the table?
I'll second it to table. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on tabling it.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on. The question has been called by the Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Before we call the roll, I have one more question for the attorney.
I know he called the question. I don't know if that supersedes that.
Hey, if you, as the chair, permit her to ask her
It's
the
okay.
question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure procedurally, because he was pretty
It's okay.
adamant about calling the question.
It's
The vo-
okay. We can
the-
move on. It's
The
okay.
vote's been taken, but she can ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for my clarification, because I don't understand properly how, if the charter says that every council member should have equal representation, when we create a committee or we create an ordinance or something that comes after that, does that supersede the charter, or is it the other way around?
Nothing can supersede the charter.
So if the charter says that every council member is to have equal representation, can we still move forward with something like this?
Well, it depends on how you did it. The problem is that the charter, and we looked at it. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not an easy call. But the charter doesn't have every issue that the town faces
No, absolutely
before
not.
it. That's why you have ordinances, resolutions, and things like that. So the problem is everyone's supposed to appoint somebody. If you don't appoint,
There's no equal representation.
well, if the person decides not to appoint, then the question becomes, can the body say, wait a minute, if these are vacant and the person refuses to appoint, can we fill that vacancy?
A tyranny of the majority situation, I would add.
Well, I mean, it's not an easy call. I'm telling you, it's not an easy call. But, it's something that's not addressed in the charter. The way I see the law is, if the charter doesn't address something, you can address it by ordinance. If you choose to. You don't have to.
But the
As a
charter
body.
addresses it. It says equal representation. So to me,
But
it's
it-
clearly addressed. Anything that goes outside of that, if for whatever reason you're taking 60, 90 days to appoint someone, it doesn't mean that you're not equally represented. That's your choice. Now, if this
Each-
council takes that seat and appoints as a body, then that to me violates equal representation.
What it says is, and here's the language, and you may be right, I'm not saying you're wrong, each member of the council, including the mayor, will have an equal number of appointments to committees of the council. The members of each committee shall select the chair. That's what it says.
Right, equal number of appointments. So once someone's appointment no longer belongs to them and belongs to this body, that's no longer equal appointments.
Look, the point is, there's 7 of you. So, and I mean, this is being a little rudimentary, but there's a point to it. There's 7 of you. One side of the argument is, if all 7 of you have 2 appointments, let's say you decide that each committee shall have 2 appointments, okay? That means there's 14 people. If one of the members of the council decides not to appoint, then someone has to appoint, right? And if someone else has to appoint, that means that person got 3. I see the argument. I see that side of the argument. But also the intent of the legislation is that there be 14 appointees. So if someone doesn't appoint on purpose, not because they haven't gotten around to it, they haven't had time, they've been sick, whatever, if someone doesn't do it on purpose, the intent of the body is to have 14 appointments. And if someone refuses to do it, the body can take up that issue. That's the legal issue. Right now it's been voted down, I guess it hasn't been voted down.
Right, we haven't voted yet.
I thought you did vote.
We voted to table.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear. My goal is not to take anyone's appointment away.
Right.
That's where I do agree with Raul.
Yeah.
Just equal representation means that there's equal representation at those meetings. There's 14 appointments. We all have 2. Everybody should have 2 appointments on there, and that's the goal. And I don't think anybody up here is being adversarial. I want to take your appointment. You know, the goal is there's a committee of 14. Let's have a committee of 14. And I think the time frame will put this item alone. I think even generated probably the biggest list of appointments that I've ever had in a while up here. But I think there's a happy medium.
I just don't think I think the item can be drawn up legally to comport with the law and comport with the charter.
By the way, that was the spirit. That was the spirit of my item. The spirit of my item is not to implement a rule right now. It is to give you guys time to look at it, study it, and come back to us with something that makes sense. So.
And again,
I'd like to call the question. I mean, I'm sorry, but just parliamentary procedure. I think I made that motion. I think I've been more than patient with the discussion.
Well, I'm going to be brief for 15 seconds, just because everyone else is taking their liberty. So I'm just going to say that as the person who actually helped develop the language, I really disagree with the interpretation. And obviously, there's a difference between what's expressed and the legislative intent. But I'm just telling you very clearly that while the language is appointments, and I remember telling City Councilman Lam at the time that I had a problem with the wording as appointments, the goal was equal representation, as stated by Councilwoman Ruano, because of the shenanigans that were going on at the time where, again, people were being ridden roughshod and the committees were being used for political purposes. And I understand that my colleagues, those that are supportive of the item, are coming from a good place, but I'm telling you, long-term, this is bad policy. Today, we have Mayor Sid. Today, we have Councilman Rodriguez. Tomorrow, we don't know. And, that's what I'm concerned with. And with that, I will close.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion does not pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 13D, privacy
Before
protection.
we move on, I have germane to that item.
A point of personal privilege?
No, a motion on that item.
No, that item's over.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no more.
All right. I'll bring a new business item at the next meeting.
Got it. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be brief, and but a little bit more detailed than what's in the memorandum. It was short because I was trying to get it in on time for the deadline. But the short version is I've been approached by a few residents, and I don't want to get into where they live, and nor do I want us to inject ourselves into neighborly disputes. But there have been issues that have made their way back to me in which you have some neighbors that are pointing their cameras directly at other people's backyards with young children, et cetera, et cetera. My opinion is that some of them have other legal processes to go through where they can get injunctions to prevent this sort of behavior through the courts, but I felt that because they were insisting that we take some kind of action, was just simply to ask the town attorneys to go ahead and see if there is anything additional that we can do locally to strengthen privacy protections in the town. What that looks like, I do not have an answer for you. Again, I'm just trying to be responsive to our residents that were complaining about this behavior that they have repeatedly gone through. And again, I feel they have other remedies available to them, but this is simply all the item intends to do. And I'll leave it open for my colleagues. But that is the item. I move it.
Second.
Just for...
Councilman Diegues, I think our attorney wants a little bit more.
Just for direction, I mean, I imagine your concern, which would be one of mine as well, is someone in one house having a camera pointed at somebody else's, let's say, pool or kiddie playground or something like that. Is that essentially the concern?
Yes, but not even, again, obviously you got to go into the intent behind the person, right? Is it by accident that it's facing that way, or is it, as in this case, where they're deliberately trying to harass their neighbor?
Yeah. All right. I get it. All right.
Any further discussion on this? There's a motion and a second. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to my item on public comments. The portion of the interpreter, I'll work with Chair Levy and our Special Needs Advisory Board on that. The other portion was not changing public comments. Just want to put the record clear. Is enhancing the process. I know specifically I've had elderly residents who say that they would love to have back and forth with the council. I just don't think we have the time here. I think the same scenario that is in place today should stay exactly the same as it is today. But I'd love to see if we could have an open mic session between 5 to 6. I'll be here. The manager already told me today that he will be more than happy to be here. But I just think it enhances the process. I think it gives people an opportunity to have a back and forth, which is what folks ultimately want, right? It's not a one-way street. It's a two-way conversation. If it's not something mandatory for the council, I would love, I'll be making a motion to that extent, but I would love the opportunity just to let residents from 5 to 6. We start 6, we start presentations from 6 to 6:30, 6:30 regular council meeting, regular public comments. But I love that opportunity between 5 and 6. I'll be here for sure. It's only 11 times a year to have an open mic session where residents can walk in. They can ask whatever they want to ask. They can speak in public comments for however they want to speak. If they want to speak for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, do a presentation, and have a back and forth. I know Councilman Diegues has office hours before every council meeting, so I think it'll enhance that, but it will not change our format of our council meetings. We don't do anything between 5 to 6. I would love that opportunity, so I'm just going to make a motion. I hope it goes somewhere, but to allow for there to be an open mic session between 5 to 6 before every single council meeting.
I'm going to second for discussion.
Vice Mayor.
You know, I love the item. To be quite honest with you, I love the spirit of the item. Now, there are some things that I think I personally want to see if we can tweak about it. While 5 to 6 may work for maybe you, Mayor, I can tell you for me, it would be darn near impossible. You know, and unfortunately, I know you do a lot of ribbon cuttings and Facebook Lives, and you do them in that time slot, and you can see when you're the only one present that it really doesn't give us the same opportunity to participate. And really, when the residents come to this body, I think they would benefit from the entire body. So if you're open, and again, you use the Facebook Lives as an example, you invite us all, but from 5 to 6, from ribbon cuttings, 5 to 6, it's very difficult. I'm not going to say that, I know Councilman Fernandez, you're at many of them, I don't know if you can, I know you're local now, but 5 to 6 is very limiting. So if you're open to a different time, I think it's a great opportunity to sit down and have an open mic.
First and third Saturday of every month.
Sure. Again, that's when you have the mayor office hours, and I think that's a great opportunity if that's what we want to do, and maybe convert the mayor office hours to a town hall session, right, where residents can come in and be part of the town hall. I've been here with you
during some of those, and sometimes they're dealing with Joseph. But if we want to set one day out of a month aside so we can have like a town hall type forum, I think it's a great opportunity. Now, going back to the genesis of this item, because I did speak to Chairwoman Wicks, when this request was made from the Elderly Affairs Committee. And again, it's going back to maybe public comments last meeting where I think Bonnie Centron was giving a comment. The ticker on the clock hit 3 minutes, and she was abruptly cut off. I understand the immense pressure you are under, Mayor, to be fair to everybody. And I know the extent of the criticism you've received even from some of us up here when some people have gone over their time, right? So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, so to speak. The ask that was made in front of the Elderly Affairs Committee was one that because some individuals may need an accommodation of time, could that be done? And prior to this item being put forward, I had a conversation with the clerk, and as long as they, before the meeting, request an accommodation, the speaker can be accommodated time. And that's under the ADA Act, which is read into the record all of the time. So if this item can be tweaked, again, maybe shifted in time, shifted in the day of the week where we can all participate in that process, it's definitely something that I would be in favor of supporting. And then again, to address the accommodation of time, and I'm glad that Chairwoman Levy is here because I know you advocate on behalf of everybody with special needs. That accommodation can be made of the town clerk, so you are not limited to 3 minutes. Again, under the ADA, we must honor that extension of time if that request is made prior to somebody coming up. So thank you, and I'll be happy to support this item if particular changes can be made, but I'd like to hear back from my colleagues.
I'm fine with making changes, especially I'm super excited that everybody will if we can get everybody, because I know we've changed other things to nighttime, and I still was the only one that showed up. But any further discussion, council, on this? Councilman Rodriguez?
Yeah, I'm in favor of the item because sometimes it's going to make it difficult for me to get here at 5 o'clock, but the fact that it's going to be broadcast on social media and we can watch it as the same way we can watch the meetings. If I can't make it for some reason, I'll be watching online.
No, and that's a good point. Even if we can't, I'd be fine moving the time. But even if we can't attend physically, I know a lot of us can do it virtually, if on our headsets or whatever it is. But I'm fine with leaving it open to the manager and setting up a time with you all.
So your item now is going to be that that you will work with the manager on a time that works for everyone.
Yep.
Okay. My personal thoughts on this is just simply that I think that with technology the way it is and with how accessible we all are, right? I mean, obviously you're like you said, you probably are the one that's out there the most, and because you're the mayor, that people contact the most. But we're all out there as well. I think that we're just so accessible that I think that this is a little much. At least I'd be curious to see how it develops. But again, people can email us, they can write us, they can call us. There's any number of ways to reach us. Email, come to the meetings. There's no shortage of ways to contact us and to speak with your elected officials. So I do think it might be a bit much, but to Councilman Cuellar's point, if we can do it on Saturday, because again, I don't feel that we need to have necessarily a formal meeting every time just when we want to hear from the public. But if we do it on Saturday, I'd be amenable to that, at least that we also see what kind of traction we get at these meetings and see if they're actually achieving their intended purpose. And what I would also say is, in addition to the mayor's assistant, I'd love to see our council assistant there as well, so that they can work in tandem and back one another up, when it comes to being able to meet the demands of residents if they come to us with a concern. This way they both know what's going on at the same time and they can help each other.
Yeah, that's fine. The manager will coordinate with you all on time and dates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the idea of having an open forum with the residents, because oftentimes some residents that come to speak, what they don't understand is that they ask us a question and we don't reply, and they're not used to the format. So what they want is interaction with us. I'm not sure that it's necessary every month. I know that there's many meetings where we come and, sometimes it's the same public speakers that come, and sometimes we don't have any at all. I would love to have I guess like once every quarter or something, have an open meeting, maybe on a Saturday, where it's more informal and residents can come and chat with us. I don't know if it's necessary every month. I can't commit to being here every time at 5 o'clock because my work hours are iffy, so I can't commit to that. But I'd love to see more of a town hall setting where people can just come in and chat about items that they'd like to talk about. With the second part of the item regarding the flat screens in the chambers, having the Facebook comments on the flat screen on the chambers, I don't know if I'd be able to read them from here. I don't know what I've gone blind, so I can't really see very well. I'm not sure what everybody else's thoughts are on that. And with regards to the sign language interpreter, which I think is a great idea, I wanted to find out if we had funding for that. I know that can get a little pricey. I don't know if we...
I don't believe that there's funds. The clerk's office may have a very small allocation in the event that somebody asks for the accommodation, that we have some funds available, but I don't remember the last time that that request was made, and I don't believe that it's happened in the 2+ years that I've been here.
What I had said, I'll work with Vivian, because there might be like some nonprofit organizations out there that can say, hey, they love to partner with the town. It's 11 times a year, so that's why I said on that item, if you guys are okay, I'll just work with Vivian directly on that.
Okay, that's fine. And then I don't know what my colleagues' thoughts are with regards to the streaming of the Facebook on the screens.
So I brought that up just because I almost felt that somebody sends an email, the town clerk goes above and beyond, make sure that it's read into the record, and we have the same public record requirements for Facebook comments. So I was like, hey, if people are taking the time to opine on social media, then I think their comments should also be read into the record, at least seen into the record, because I just don't, I kind of see it, written electronic communication should be treated the same. So I was like, why does one person have this carries more weight via email than it does via an entire comment on an issue? You know what I mean? What's the difference? So that's the only why I brought it up. I go, maybe it's not that, or maybe, just read into or read A. So, just wanted to bring that up, and that's something that the clerk can work on. So I just felt that electronic communication should be treated the same. So it's pretty open-ended. The manager will work on this, report back to us. There's nothing going to be set in stone on any of this. I think all the comments have been taken into account, and we can all just work on this and bring everybody together on this. Seeing no further comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to 13F, updates on town sign ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this item is simply asking our town attorneys to go ahead and review our existing sign code to ensure that it meets existing law. There have been, since the code was adopted, there have been some significant Supreme Court decisions on this that I think the town attorneys need to take time to review. Not to mention, as some of you may recall from the emails we've received, there does seem to be some confusion about what our sign code does and does not allow for. So I think it's appropriate to ask, or rather to direct the attorneys to go ahead and review the sign code and come back with updates for us at a future date. That is the motion.
I'll second that. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to 13G, walls on 87th Avenue. Just wanted to bring this up. I've had many residents west of 87th and West Lakes bring this up to me. It's gotten to the point that it is very unsightly. I drove West Lakes several weeks back with Danny Angel. Actually, we had a mobile office hour, and he used to be the code enforcement officer in West Lakes, and he was so proud of all the investments people are making into their homes in West Lakes. I mean, you drive West Lakes now, it is night and day to what it was maybe 7-8 years ago. People are really investing a lot of money into their homes. The home are selling through the roof. There's literally 2 homes on 87th Avenue west of 80 that have sold for $880,000. So people are really proud of their neighborhood. But you drive that area on 87th, and the first thing that you see is terrible walls. I mean, it has gotten to a point that it's falling apart. Entire portions of the walls are really poor condition, and I don't think it does anything for our brand. It's not part of the Miami Lakes brand. It's similar to the dugouts. It should not be like that. So I first wanted to make a motion, just say, hey, you know, we got to move forward on making this happen. I do know that every single homeowner there that backs up to the wall, it's their responsibility. There is no homeowners association there. So I want to give the town manager an opportunity, at least from now till June, to have code communicate with those residents, to talk to them, to bring this up to speed. I know I've had other people, and the manager was in a briefing today. There was a gentleman who was more than willing to paint the walls and put "Welcome to Miami Lakes" and very nice art on those walls if those residents don't want to fix it. So just want to make a motion to direct the manager to work with those residents and showcase the different options. Either they do it themselves, there's special taxing districts that can get involved, or we have that one gentleman who volunteered and said, hey, I'd paint a very nice, like, Welcome to Miami Lakes mural on this whole thing for free. So just want to make a motion to direct the manager to look into those three options and report back to the council in June.
I'll second.
Discussion on this, council? Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I had one thing to add. If we could also, while we're looking at those roads, if we can look at the walls on 143rd Street, the ones by Bob Graham Educational. Though I drove by there about a month ago, and they were in pretty bad shape as well.
143rd Street.
Yeah.
And what avenue? Yeah, I could have sworn there is.
143rd between 89th and 87th. There's a wall on the south side of that street. Northwest 143rd Street.
You mean 77 and 79?
No.
No?
87 and 89.
The PLC, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, Bob Graham Education Center, sorry.
Yes, that wall is in very, 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 very bad condition.
So while you're looking at the item, if you can also look at that. Sorry?
You have sufficient direction, Mr. Manager? Any further discussion on the wall issue? I think we've all seen it, and we all seen how bad of condition it is. And any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to reports. Councilman Dieguez will be announcing our census results.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to be clear, I just wanted to go ahead and kind of, now that the apportionment figures have been released, this is more broad-based. We won't get the specific population count for Miami Lakes until later this year. Some speculate September, as the census count has been delayed. But just for informational purposes for the public and for those who are interested, Florida gained one additional congressional seat. It was expected to be two, but unfortunately it was only one. And in fact, New York, fun fact, New York lost one congressional seat by 89 people. There were 89 people short from being able to maintain the same number of congressional seats that they had. It just goes to show you how important the 10-year census is. Obviously, we won't have to worry about this for some time, and this year was particularly challenging. But every person does count, right? And that's a lot of money and a lot of representation now that they're going to miss out on. But the good news, at least for Miami Lakes, is that our final response rate count came out to 74.4%. Doing some research and looking and comparing with other municipalities, we are in the top 10 out of the 34 municipalities in this county in terms of the self-response count. And so I think that's something to be proud of. It doesn't compare with the turnout that we had in 2010, but I still think given the circumstances, it was a good count, and I look forward to getting our final numbers in terms of population later this year.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. We're moving on to manager's report, 15A.
Yes, I put this item on here because last week Governor DeSantis issued 2 executive orders that dramatically modified or changed the landscape of what local governments can do to, especially businesses, with regard to restrictions in response to the COVID-19 virus. Lorenzo, Tony, and I worked on the document that's in your packet or was given to you this evening. It's an analysis of the effect of the, and the impact on, from executive orders. So what I wanted to do was put before you some decision points for you to consider, give us direction, and it's the second page of the document. The first one is the one that is a little dicey because there are some conflicts. We believe that we cannot impose restrictions on businesses. We cannot tell businesses any longer you have to require facial coverings. We cannot tell businesses they have to maintain social distancing. We can't tell businesses, any kind of restriction, we cannot impose that. Now, we have our own building, and I think that there is some gray area here as to what we can mandate within our own facilities. Many of the local governments in South Florida, especially in Dade County, not only Miami-Dade County, but a lot of the cities, are continuing to require facial coverings, especially, and social distancing inside their own facilities, their own city halls, town halls, their own park facilities, or any other facilities that they own because of property rights that we still have some latitude there. It is gray because some interpretations of the governor's orders say nothing and you can't do anything, not even to individuals or to businesses. And then there are some that believe that property rights we do retain property rights and can regulate things within our own facilities. So there is some question marks there. So, and then also with regard to public meetings and restricting access, if somebody doesn't want to wear a mask, there's a lot of gray area there. So what I wanted to put before you was some decisions and get direction from you on how you wanted to move forward.
Let's definitely take one at a time as fast. So the first one is if we require it in our public buildings. You wanted to touch
Yeah,
upon?
I mean, first public meetings, right? Council meetings, P&Z meetings, committee meetings, those are access and capacity. Right now, we're still maintaining social distancing. The committee meetings, for instance, are being held in here. The council chambers here be behind me. You see that everybody's socially distant, everybody's wearing a mask.
I'm going to make a motion to go back to normal. Keep wearing a mask if you want, but capacity here, like what I saw today, I was not too happy when I pulled up. Again, people waiting outside the chamber when they all should be in here, and definitely wear a mask, but our committee meetings and everything should go back to normal. Any discussion on that item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye. So
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passed.
I just want to be clear. So for public meetings, we'll go back to the regular capacity, but still require facial covering?
No. My understanding was that you were going to make it optional, correct?
Well,
what you said was that if you want to wear a mask, you can go ahead, which implies an option, not a mandate. That's
the attorney to chime in.
all right, on this part of it, when it comes to walking in here for one of these meetings, the one thing these cities have said is when it's a public meeting like this, or the P&Z board or something like that, it's very dangerous to to make people wear masks. That is an issue for me. Now, if you want to put a sign up as a courtesy to we would prefer that you wear a mask. If all of you want to wear masks, that's one thing. What we do upstairs and things like that, that might be a different situation for you. But here in this arena
That's
right now,
that's fine. That's fine. If everybody's fine with that, that's fine. It's not something we're going to say, hey, it's optional. Most human beings are going to make a decision to wear a mask or not. So is everybody comfortable with that? I just want to make sure.
I understood that the motion was to go back to normal.
Yeah, to me was capacity. Come back. The mask stuff is something we
So
can
you want to
we can
tackle
talk
those
about.
separately?
Yeah, to me is one thing is this place should be back at full capacity. Here, council meetings, public. The mask question is another one that I think we should probably just talk about in public meetings. If we're not going to have social distancing, I'm sure some people are not going to feel comfortable. Or maybe at that point, I don't know.
Yeah, so let me just try and understand. So for a public meeting, council meeting, P&Z and so forth, we're going to have back to normal capacity in the chamber, and we'll encourage facial coverings, but it's not mandated. Is that everybody's understanding of what you want?
That was my understanding of the original motion and what I would support.
That's fine. If everybody's okay with that, that's
Okay. The second, and we'll handle that. The second thing is business capacity accommodations. There are certain businesses that we provided an accommodation. We gave them extra capacity. We actually took away parking spots that are mandated. We allowed them, for instance, restaurants and so forth that took up parking spots to accommodate, to be able to have 50% of their capacity outdoors, 50% indoors. So
Cancun Grill, Dr. Limon, specifically Cancun Grill, invested a lot of money doing their outdoor thing. I feel comfortable just continuing that regulation going forward because they've done the right. For the record, Jeff and I don't have outdoor dining, neither will we, but I think specifically there's 2 restaurants in our town that did that.
Right. And doing that under temporary or emergency orders it was handled the way we handled it. Now, when the governor said that the emergency's over, we do have to go back, and they will require parking reevaluation, make sure that they're not taking up required parking spots. If they're going to increase their capacity inside and yet retain the outdoor seats, that's going to increase their capacity. They have to go back and, bathroom capabilities and so forth. So,
yeah, just again going back, we're taking big steps, right? And I know that's the decision that you're making. And I have no issue with, opening this back up and strongly encouraging the use of facial coverings, and understanding that if somebody chooses not to use a facial covering, they're not going to be escorted out of here. And I get that. With respect to the businesses and businesses going back to full capacity, if a restaurant is still choosing as a private entity to maintain social distancing inside, and we've accommodated them by allowing that outdoor space, I have no problem continuing that. What I don't want is them to go full capacity inside and then continuing to operate that outdoor space, right? Then we've increased capacity, right? And I think that's the issue. So from my perspective, I have no problem kind of extending if a business is voluntarily choosing, because the market's going to correct itself, right? You don't want to go to an outdoor dining venue. You want to be indoors, and you're willing to go indoors and be in a place with a lot of people and at full capacity, then you're okay with dining at 100% capacity. But some people might still feel safer, and it'll be a process of going back. I don't think that we should force those individuals to go back. Like the mayor said, certain investments have been made. And are you asking, can we extend that? Is it indefinite?
What I believe I hear you saying, and I want to paraphrase it or rephrase it to make sure that we're saying the same thing. If restaurants want to continue to have half their capacity outdoors, half their capacity indoors, allow it to continue, leave it alone. If a restaurant wants to go to full capacity inside, then we have to have them completely reassess the outdoor seating, and they have to come back for permits and try and get the capacity increased the appropriate way and move forward that way. Is that what I understand you're saying?
The way you've said it, yes.
Okay.
I'd love to do what Coral Gables did. They extended their current order to like mid-June, but they're going to pass 3 ordinances to extend. Yeah, so they're doing it the right way, where they're doing what the manager's doing, but not something abrupt.
Right.
But they're giving them time, but they're going to legalize that outdoor dining experience.
Right. What the governor's order says, both orders say, is he rescinded essentially every restriction, but he did say, and every order and everything you can think of, he basically rescinded it. But he did say in both orders, if you want to enact procedures, you have to do them through ordinance. So if you want, and I fully understand. I eat a Cancun Grill takeout every Friday, so I see what's going on. If you're going to do something along the lines of what you're talking about, which I personally tend to agree with is good policy, but that's not relevant. We have to do, I think you have to do it through an ordinance, because you can't just let restaurants violate your zoning issues and parking restrictions and not do anything about it, because then you've got mayhem and you've got a code that says you can't do it. So I think the way to go is doing exactly what you're doing. In other words, don't start bringing the hammer down on people tomorrow, but be prepared to direct us to tell you, hey, this is a proposed ordinance as to what we want to do with these types of restaurants that have done this.
So if everybody's okay, I'd love to make a motion to extend the current status quo until our attorneys have an opportunity to present those ordinances to us.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Got it. Discussion, council? Discussion? Seeing
Mayor.
none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Just a point of clarification, what if a business wants to go back to full capacity indoors?
Then that's it. They remove the outdoor dining area. They're going 100% capacity indoors. They're doing what they've legally been authorized to do under our code, and they're choosing to eliminate the mitigation that they had in place because they were at 50% capacity.
I think we should just extend the order, and even if they go to 100%, keep this order in place until we have something to replace it with, and then tackle it at that time.
But the order's contingent on 50 indoor, 50.
That's what the order is.
Yeah, that's why we made the accommodation for the outdoor seating in parking lots and so forth. So I don't know if they could have it both ways. They have a certain capacity that they're rated for. The accommodation was, we allowed them to have half of it outdoors in the parking lot or on the sidewalk or whatever, and they were able to, seat 100% indoors and outdoors. But if now they're going to go to 100% back indoors, I think then that's the election, the voluntary election the decision that they make.
You have to understand that all of these orders, from what I understand in the governor's order, have all been rescinded. So we can't necessarily extend our order because they've all been rescinded, if I'm not mistaken.
So we don't have our emergency order, every single aspect of it is rescinded.
Anything that places a restriction on a business or an individual is automatically rescinded.
Yeah.
But
the CDC still says, refer to your local government, right? Refer to your local health department, because the way the virus promulgates and positivity rates, although they're going down and we're in a great position, it still refers back to us.
I know, but we're caught between a rock and a hard place because it's a political tug-of-war sometimes between Washington and Tallahassee.
Yeah.
And now we're left with picking up the pieces and trying to interpret it. What are we bound by? What are we not bound by? Who overrides who? So that's the tug-of-war that we're
How many restaurants do we have in that situation? Just two?
No, I think we had maybe about half a dozen. I asked Mike Mesa, him and his staff are working on compiling that. I don't think that there are many. I think Cancun Grill was the only one that took up parking spots. The other ones just had outdoor seating, like out in Dr. Limon that had it out in the hallway, in the walkway there. So we're assessing that, but I don't think that there are that many. A bunch inquired, but not all of them took advantage of it.
Yeah, look, I would be really uncomfortable if, let's say, we walked out of here and and let me tell you what the order says. It's really quick. The order says, any emergency order issued by a political subdivision due to COVID-19 emergency which restricts the rights or liberties of individuals or their businesses is invalidated. Then the other order says, those other orders are suspended. The one with invalidation starts with July 1st, so that gives us some time. I think it would be horrible if our code inspectors walked out tomorrow morning and started hammering these people with fines and violations and everything else. That would be a really bad thing. But I think
you guys we're answering the question itself, right? You have till July 1st. We have the June council meeting. You could bring it in first reading. There's zoning in progress. That's it.
I agree. That's
fine. And one other thing, we're talking about the governor's order invalidates things that restrict, right? But this is not a restriction. It's an accommodation. We're giving them something. We're giving them the ability to do something they didn't have the ability to do before.
But they're taking away the 50%.
But the order
indoors.
is rescinded.
That's the problem.
All the emergency orders that did all this stuff is rescinded. So if we want to permit something, we've got to use our own mechanism to do it, which is an ordinance.
But we have time.
Yeah,
July 1st, we have a council
yeah,
meeting in
of
June,
course.
we have zoning in progress. I think we should be fine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
The other decision point that I wanted you to consider is facility rentals. I believe that we're at the point where we can now reopen facility rentals. Now, similar to people coming here, not for a public meeting, but for just routine business, we have to consider anything indoors. Do we require people from the public who are coming in either for a party at Roberto Alonso that they've maybe rented the indoor space, or people coming in here to go to the building department? Do we mandate facial coverings? And I believe that, and Raul and Lorenzo, can opine on it, I believe that us as owners of the building, we still have property rights and that we can impose that in our building. Similar, we make people come in with pants on, or, so we can do that. We have the ability to regulate those kind of things in our own facilities. We can't impose it on somebody else, but we can regulate it in our building.
I'll make a motion to restart facility rentals tomorrow at full capacity. If we're not gonna mandate people coming to public meetings to wear masks, why are we gonna mandate families having
Agreed.
parties in one of our facilities to wear masks?
Agreed. I'll
Make
second
'em-
that.
All right.
That motion includes no facial coverings mandated, correct?
Yeah, if we're not gonna do it here in town hall for people that don't know each other, why would we mandate facial coverings for people that know each other indoors? You know what I mean? That just
And if they can now legally go to Chuck E. Cheese and have this whole big party, then what's the difference? What are we avoiding?
Okay? And what about people coming here for routine business, for a meeting, or to go submit a permit application?
Well, let's take this one up, and I'll try. All those in favor with this one, facilities?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So that one, I also want to make sure that our staff is comfortable. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want a staff member who has some sort of underlying condition, even though they're vaccinated, to have somebody, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I do also want to make sure that there's accommodations for our staff members that don't feel, I don't know what you guys are, how you guys feel.
Yeah, we would not be an outlier if we required facial coverings during normal, routine, daily business. Not for a party or not for a public access meeting. If we required facial covering to come in for a permit application, or they're coming in to go to a meeting upstairs or what have you, if we required a facial covering, we would not be the outlier. Most local governments in Dade County, and maybe, I don't want to stretch it, but probably all of the local governments in Dade County are still going to require facial coverings for people to come into their facility for those kind of events or
I'd
meetings.
like to move for routine business for individuals to come in with facial coverings.
Second.
That's if they're interacting with staff.
Correct.
Correct?
Yeah,
Routine
but
business, pulling
the moment they
permits.
walk through the door, they're going to interact from the young lady at the front desk all the way through the building department or upstairs. They'll always be interacting with staff.
All right, let me just say something. If I were sitting where you sit, I'd vote for it, but I'm just telling you, most of the cities have voted for it. But if you look at the order and someone raises a stink, it could be an issue. I'm just telling you that I don't want anyone to sit here and think that I read the order and I said, this is kosher, but I know how I'd vote if I were sitting where you sit. And the majority, I'm not going to say the majority, but from what I understand, a substantial number of cities have voted to do this.
I come from a completely different world. While I might have lawyers to my right and accountants to my left, I come from the healthcare world. And this virus has transformed the way we treat patients, and it is not changing, right?
I don't disagree.
And why? Why is that? Is because it's very transmissible, and
at the very least, we're now accommodating everybody. Everybody can come in here, but at the very least, what we should be doing is protecting the people that are working here. So for me, if somebody from the public, right, again, my perspective is very limited to the field that I know. And I don't know a lot about the fields to my left or to my right, but I can tell you one thing I know about healthcare, okay? And I feel it's almost our duty to protect the people who work here. So whatever we need to do to protect them, and while I understand the freedom of rights and, you know, the philosophical issue, right? I think I come from a different perspective, and that's, if that's the only thing we're going to do, I'd like for that at least to be the only thing that we do.
I'm okay with that. On a personal level, I am. I just wanted you guys to know where we are, but I'm just telling you, if I sat where you sat, I'd vote to put the masks.
So what you're saying is that if someone from the public comes in here and they would like to meet with the building official and they refuse to wear a mask, that we cannot mandate them to do so?
I don't believe under the order you are technically allowed to do that as it sits. If someone were to do that, there's any number of ways to do it, I would imagine, which is stand over there and I'll stand here. You don't have a right to stand this close to me.
Correct.
You know, you don't. I can say I don't want to stand that close, but
You can mitigate it with social distancing. You can meet outside, right? So you can accommodate the person's wish to not wear a mask in other ways, right? But then separate them or meet outside.
Put it as a policy, and if someone objects to it, then, you know, find a way to accommodate them, but I would make it a policy, if that's what you want.
Can there be legal ramifications if we make it a policy, or are we at liberty to do that?
If you read the order,
I think there's still even a question that the governor's order is fully constitutional.
There's
so at
any
the end of the
number of
day,
issues.
even his own orders are not 100% clear. So
This is a
they're
new
gonna get
world,
challenged.
right?
They're being challenged still.
Just like we got sued for ADA and there's trends, and this is going to be a new world where people are going to come in and they're going to come in specifically just to be difficult and, you know, possibly.
I don't know that many people will do that, but, you know, look, if you're comfortable implementing the mask policy, do it. I mean, I get it. You know, I'm not, but I don't want to sit here and tell you one thing and all of a sudden you hear something else. I got to give it to you like it's written. Do I agree with the order or things like that? That's a whole nother issue. But I got to tell you what's in black and white on the piece of paper.
So can we adopt a policy whereby we will accommodate individuals that cannot wear a mask or choose not to? We will accommodate them either outside of our facility or perhaps with a plexiglass divider. I know that in the building department there's a plexiglass that has been installed. I mean, we will accommodate, just to include it into the policy so that it doesn't violate.
I would enact a policy that people have to wear masks, and those that don't want to wear it, we'll try and find something to do.
Yeah,
somewhere to fix it.
We'll address it on a case-by-case basis. I believe that if people, it's the new normal, right? So people are used to it already. So if we require people come in, and they're not going to be here for hours and hours and hours. They're going to be in here for 20 minutes and a half an hour to submit a permit application, or come in for an hour at most for a meeting with Susana or Mike Mesa or somebody. You know, I think that they'll just comply. And if somebody is so-so, we'll just deal with it. Instead of, you know, putting it in writing, we'll deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I don't think you should go and call the police, you know, call Officer Rodriguez and grab the guy by the back of the coat and, you know, kick him to the curb. I don't think you should do that, but I am more interested in the safety of our employees. It's that simple.
No, I'm 100% in agreement with the Vice Mayor and Councilman Ruano. We saw it in the manager's survey. You know, a lot of our employees wanted more and more of these COVID procedures. So I definitely think it's the right way to go. You know what I mean? Just keep it in place. But there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Manager, are you complete? Yes. All right, thank you.
Yes.
We're moving on to 15B, Monthly Infrastructure Report. Director Acosta.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Carlos Acosta, Public Works Director. Let me go briefly through the monthly infrastructure report. I'm going to go and touch on the capital improvement projects The Save Russell School, the Miami Lakeway South project is completed. We got all the approvals from inspections from the county and FDOT, so we're just closing that project and seeking reimbursement and all that. So that project, I'll remove that for the next month report. The second one there is the Save Russell School, the Bob Grant. That's where we're doing some new ramps along 79th Avenue. The design negotiation is with FDOT. They have to approve, because they're funding the design, they have to approve all the negotiations with the consultants. So we're just waiting on that so we could bring that design contract to you and approve it. West Lakes Drainage Improvement Project is going very well. It's about 50% complete. So far, we remain on track to get that project completed in August, and it remains on budget. It's the best part of it. 59th Avenue Extension, we're making a lot of progress there in terms of the design. We're looking at this month having the design completed. And our goal is to, sometime in June, to get the project out for bid. So that's the schedule we're sticking with. We're proceeding there. 83rd Place Drainage Improvement Project, that's the one with the outfall. We sort of run to a little hiccup with the outfall. The lake owner now has pushed back on the outfall. So we're trying right now at exploring different options. I think that we got some other options that we're working on. And so I'll bring, if those solidify, then I'll bring that back to you next month. Street Lights Improvement Project is going very well. We're about 90% design. The only things that we're finalizing now, it's the consultant finds that in this area that we're focusing on, they have the saucer type fixture, and they feel like those are not as efficient as the other type fixtures that we have, that they block the light. So we're looking for the same type of fixture that looks similar to that, but that is more efficient in transmitting the light. So, but that is proceeding very well. So we should have the design complete once we get the fixture in the next month or two. The backup generator, that's the grant that we are working through. We met with the FDEO staff today to talk about the scope of work, talk about the agreement. So we're working on that, and hopefully we get that agreement back to you all for approval sometime in the next few months. The other two projects are the Fairway Mid-Block Crossing. So we collected the data. That was the radars that were out there attached to a tree. The consultant submitted that to the county. Now we're waiting on the county to approve that additional traffic data so we could get that project out for bid. The Montrose, we issued a work order for design to the consultant. That's going to proceed more easy because it's an existing mid-block that was approved by the county, so they're not asking us to do a study, a pedestrian and traffic study. It's just a matter of get the plans together, show us the equipment, let us approve what you're installing. So that's it for capital projects. I'm sure in the months that are coming, we're going to have a lot of projects there from stormwater and all that, so the list will expand. Roadway maintenance, we're doing pretty good with the sidewalks, street lights. I want to touch on the road pavement markings. We got the pavement striping in the West Lakes area is completed, except for the areas where the project is ongoing, because the project will do those. And right now we're looking at the next work orders being on 154 and the intersections, like with 79th Avenue, with 82nd Avenue. Those big intersections, the crosswalks there is a lot faded. So that's where we're going to be doing a lot of restriping in the coming weeks. And those will happen at night. And then we got Cowpen and Eagle Nest coming up. The rest are a list of unfunded projects there that I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. But any questions on the infrastructure report?
The only, and thank you for the update, first of all. The very first project that you highlighted with the Safe Routes to School, that you're going to be closing out that project very shortly. As part of that project, I believe FDOT required us to install some stop signs at the two exits of Celebration Point that have been locked for many, many years. Actually, Celebration Point has 3 exits. It has the main one, and then it has 2 side gates. Is there any way to remove the stop signs? Because they're not used. Some of the people who use that walking trail consider them an eyesore. Is there any way to remove those stop signs?
I'll have to take a look at it. I mean, is the gate being able to open? I mean, that's the only
gate-
thing is that if someone opens the gate and the stop sign is not there and gets in an accident, there might be a problem.
So the gate hasn't been in operation for many, many years. Is the gate still operational? Can it be opened?
Can
Yes.
be open.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe.
that might be, that's the only thing, Vice Mayor, that I will caution, that if someone does open it and gets out of a vehicle and gets in an accident, then there's no stop sign and it becomes a
So
problem.
tell them that, because they didn't have it for years, right? They didn't have it for years. They weren't using that gate. Tell them it's just a new normal that they have to get used to.
If the gate is somewhat, welded and not being able to open any longer, being permanently closed, then we could consider
Okay,
removing.
so if they get that gate somehow permanently welded or
they won't.
semi-permanent, that it's not going to open? Okay. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
So let me just jump in real quick. I have 4 quick questions for you, and I'll go to Councilwoman Ferrano. The new vac truck that we have on the street, right? There's a vac truck that we have on the street, not the one that we've had in-house with our employees, but we've had the other one out already for a couple months. How have you seen that output improve, having both vac trucks working at the same time?
The output has been very good. Actually, we've been able to catch up because ours was down from December to about February, so we fall back on production. So with the help of that one, we were not at the numbers of where we were at this point in time as compared to last year. But with the new contract that you all voted on today, that's a long-term contract. As soon as we get that contract, all the insurance and all the contract executed, I'll be issuing the work order to release the rest of the funds that you all allocated. So with that, we should be able to get and even surpass where we were at last year.
No, I think that's important, especially seeing both of those trucks out at the same time. I think it's really, really important. The other one, I know you touched upon the crosswalks. I know when we voted upon it, we were like, hey, this is life safety. I know the one on Montrose, it's going to be a lot easier, but you see a time frame, a solid time frame on that? And I know Councilman Alvarez just arrived. Did you guys win? Congratulations. Congratulations. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, on the one on the Fairway, Mr. Mayor, I mean, the delay has been the county. I mean, I don't know when they're going to approve the study. I mean, it could be 30 days, it could be 60 days. I mean,
So
I
it could be
continuously.
2 years what they did with us with the traffic signal boxes, right? So.
Yeah, so it's, but as soon as that is approved and it's getting the project out for bid for 30 days, and then issue a notice to proceed.
Mr. Manager, have you contacted Iraida and Commissioner Garcia's office about this? Because I think they might be able to help.
We
to
have
help Carlos.
briefed them on the initiative, but that's it. We have not asked for their help. We told them that if we needed their help to unclog the drain, that we would reach out to them.
Got it. No, anything we can help Carlos. The other one was the stormwater bond. I just want to reiterate, obviously, my colleagues, Councilwoman Hirano, Councilman Alvarez, Councilman Rodriguez, and Councilman Fernandez took a huge step, right? I didn't vote for it at the time, but I have to congratulate them for taking that huge step. You guys already started collecting that extra stormwater fee, because I see it on the bills. My thing is, I want to make sure, specifically for them, but for our entire community, with rainy season upcoming, because now rainy season's coming up, that all those projects, or at least the vast majority, are shovel-ready, not 4 years from now, but 6 months from now, a year. I mean, how do you see that playing out? Because I know money's already coming in. I mean, I see it, you know?
Yeah, right now, I've already engaged consultants on it, the current civil engineering contracts that we have in place. In fact, I have received already like 6 or 7 proposals for about 6 of the projects that are in the master plan. I got them on my desk. I started to reviewing them. My goal is to have these proposals already ready to go June or July council meeting, so that as soon as the bonds are sold and we have money in the bank, I can issue a notice to proceed. And the first year is going to be heavily on design. Some projects are very simple in nature, so I think that within a year, we should have some of those projects ready for construction, because some of them don't have outfalls. The regulatory process is not going to be very extensive. Plus, we're already working the proposals and getting the fee and the scope ready. So it's just, we're gonna hit the road running once we get the bond, the revenues from the bond.
Got it. No, that's because you know how that when rainy season comes up and it starts flooding again, people are gonna see like, hey, where's the money, right? So.
Plus, we'll have the other vac truck, and as you know, as other funds become available, we could continue to use that secondary truck throughout the years, or as funds are available.
Got it. And my last one, and I'll go to Councilwoman Morano. The road markings are making a big difference. I rode bike today through West Lakes, and I see it. Just that change alone, you know, driving around those areas, you're like, okay, you got the road markings, you got the new, you know, all this stuff happening. But I think on our major thoroughfares, that's a good decision. But yeah, we hopefully next fiscal year we get some money to do the entire town. I think that makes a huge. Just those markings alone make a huge difference in aesthetics. Yeah. So just wanted to say they did a great job on that, Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recently reached out to the manager regarding some markings that are on 87th Avenue south of 154th Street. So we're looking at, you know, 148th, 147th, in the West Lakes area. They redid the crosswalks or the edges of the street. The manager told me that the reason why it's a little sloppy is because they're going to be repaving 87th Avenue. So I drove by there again, and it's also sloppy going into those streets, right? So it's not finished properly, and it's kind of messy. I don't know, are those streets going to be repaved as well? The individual streets going into the residences?
The going into the streets, but just up to the curb return, so they're not, you know.
Correct. They basically did that stripe that's at the end of the street, and it was kind of sloppy work. So when I reached out to the manager, he told me that they did it like that because they're going to be repaving 87.
Yeah, that's
so
just temporary. It's not the final.
But it also has some of that seeping into, you know, the streets as you drive into the houses. Do you know if that's going to be repaved as well or not? Because those are not county roads.
All those sections off 87 into those streets, a portion of it will be done with new pavement markings and all that. That's part, usually when they do the one street, they going into the side streets.
Okay,
sort
so
of like where the curve, you know, return, what we call
Carlos,
the curve.
I think that, and I don't want to speak for you, but I believe, and it was something that the mayor brought to my attention, a resident that lives in that area brought to my attention. I think what they're referring to is past the portion that they repaved, I guess west of there.
Correct.
That I guess the cars, when the asphalt was still a little fresh, it has some like markings, and I believe that will just wear out with use. Yeah, so the black portion will still be, you know, brand new. It'll be black. The portion west of there that's kind of sloppy, that'll just wear out, because that was from when the asphalt was still a little brand new. Cars drove through there and then tracked it past.
Okay.
And I believe that the picture I saw, that's what it indicated.
That is what it looks like. It looks like tire marks.
They'll change color as,
Okay.
I mean, as the asphalt normally starts black and then it starts getting gray and blending in with time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the infrastructure report? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the analysis that Carlos did on the sidewalks, on long-term sidewalk repairs.
Okay, so on this item, what we did, it's just going back to the item that you brought in, Mr. Mayor, last month. What we did, we took a look at what it would take to have an in-house crew. So when we looked at the equipment, and some of the quotes that we started getting around, it seemed like it was better to lease with an option to buy rather than having that big capital expense. And then just leasing will be way too expensive just to lease that equipment for an entire year. So it's better to just lease it with an option to buy where you own it after a certain period of time. So basically what you have here is an in-house crew that is comprised of three people. You got the foreman and you got two more, equipment operator, the dump truck. And then you have equipment, sort of like you need the the dump truck, you need a trailer to pull this Bobcat with the different attachments and so forth. And then we estimated how much material we will need for the year. So basically, an in-house crew is coming up to, and the labor cost includes, I mean, when we did the labor cost, it includes all fringe benefits and all that. So you got all those accounted for there. So you're looking at an in-house crew total of $365,000 a year, what it will cost you to have this crew. Currently, although this year you all allocated a little bit more on sidewalk, typically it's around $175,000 what we allocate for sidewalk repairs. So just having the equipment and having the personnel, those two items already is above what we normally allocate for sidewalk repairs. But basically what this table is saying, okay, it has cost us, if we look at the cost of a flag, how much is costing us to replace a flag? It's $129. So if we have an in-house crew with 3 people and all that equipment, how many flags will they have to repair in order to meet that same cost of flag? Because that's what we want to make sure that your in-house crew can replace that flag at the same cost that the other one your outsource is doing it. And yeah, if you have your in-house crew, we could, in theory, based on this, we'll be doubling the amount of sidewalk flags that we repair every year. But it's also costing you twice as much you could also look at it that way. Yeah, you could, with an in-house crew, you could replace twice as double in 1 year, but it's also costing you twice as double to keep that crew in-house. And these numbers don't reflect the cost of insurance of that vehicle. Of course, where we parked all this equipment as well. I mean, that's something to consider. But at least you have something to go by. It's a little expensive to have an in-house crew. When you outsource, of course, the risk of equipment breakdowns, any accidents that may happen, of course, when you outsource, you transfer that risk to, that's the benefit of outsourcing, you transfer that risk.
So professionally, Councilman Fernandez.
So I have a question. Ideally, in a perfect world, right? How much sidewalk should we be replacing on a yearly basis?
A lot right now. That's correct. Right now, I think if we go by the study that was done back, I think in the ADA transition plan, I think it was back in 2015. That was about $2 million that we needed to do repairs. We've actually spent since then about $1.3 million. So we've actually done a lot. So we still about $800,000 that we still extra, and those are $2015. So let's say another $1 million. If you want to do that in 5 years, then at least you will need $200,000. But if you want to do it in less than that, you kind of have to double the amount of dollars.
Not to mention a lot of the sidewalks that we already fixed in the 1.2 already started breaking again. So that's right. We got to replace those. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to look at what that number looks like and see if it's more or less than 2,820 flags a year. Right. That's kind of what I'd like to get to. So maybe we can discuss that further.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to jump in, Councilwoman Huron.
Thank you. When the mayor brought this up, I totally know where he's coming from, because we were here back in the days when we built, the youth center, and we built the Optimus Clubhouse, and there was projects that we did that came in under bid that were very cost effective. We had a consultant at that time who managed the projects, and it was very good for us as a town, right? We actually were able to get more bang for our buck, and I think that that's probably what the spirit of this item was originally, was trying to find our way back to that time where we had some form of help, maybe a general contractor or a consultant of some sort that could perhaps help us price these things out better or get us more bang for our buck. I don't know, I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I think we were all here at that time when projects would, instead of coming in over budget, they came in under budget. And it was great, and we actually had someone that was physically there just doing that, just, nickel and diming everything and getting us the best possible outcome. Maybe in this particular case, it doesn't work, having in-house staff, right, because of the benefits and all sorts of things that kick in. But I would like to see if we could move in that direction. I know that the mayor has an appetite for that, and I do too. If we could move in that direction where we can try to find our way back, where even our bids and the proposals, the contracts that we piggyback on, to see if we can have someone that we can consult with to try to get the best bang for our buck. I know that we did it in the past, and we were really successful at doing that. I don't have any direction to give you other than to try to see if we can find our way back there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's doable. Carlos built schools, roads, wells in Iraq and Afghanistan. So doing sidewalks in Miami Lakes is a piece of cake.
Yeah, no, there's more funds that won't make it happen, But the good thing is, and I have to give it to, of course, shout out to the public works staff who work hard to make sure that our capital projects, remain on budget. Royal Oaks Drainage Improvement Project was done on budget. West Lakes is going on budget. Save Russell School. I mean, these projects are coming on budget, and that's the dedication to the public works staff that, are holding the contractors' feet to the fire, make sure they're keeping to the contract. But, yeah, more funds, and we can repair more flags. So,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate you and appreciate the entire team. Director Angel with item 15E, Recreation Program Services Update. Summer Camp.
Mayor, Town Council, Vice Mayor, as tasked at the last council meeting, we went ahead and awarded a contract for recreation program services to 3 program providers. Internally, we went ahead and selected YMCA to service the Royal Oaks Park. That is a bigger facility. They've been a partner with the town for the last 10 years. They have a comprehensive curriculum that includes everything from enrichment to recreational to some STEM activities. So they'll be hopefully at capacity with 90 kids there this summer camp. Hopefully we can fill that up. For the youth center, we selected Snapology just to give a different variety. They are a STEAM program. They use Lego and robotics. They've been a partner for the last 2 years. They've been excellent, won national awards. They're a franchise. And then for the Optimist Park, we selected Camp Wanadu. They're more of a recreational summer camp provider. They're going to be looking more at field trips. I have a breakdown here. Yeah, weekly field trips, themed activities, arts and crafts, video games, and non-competitive sports.
Yeah, I just want to put on the record that while I appreciate your efforts, one thing I've never understood, and to me I have yet to hear a substantive or rational reason why this was done. We've had a service provider here since the town incorporated who's never had an issue, specifically with one of the most vulnerable population, which is our kids. So I always get a little nervous when we bring in a new provider. I don't know what reason. I hope they do well. I trust the judgment of you and your team, but when I see that there's a provider who's done a great job for all these years, giving us 0 issues with a population, 0. I haven't heard of anything, no problems with that service provider. And when I see a new one come in, knowing, you know what I mean, that's a very vulnerable population, I personally get a bit nervous and a bit hesitant because I just don't understand why that change was made. Snapology is very unique, very niche as to what they do. It's very small groups. That's fine. But when I hear another service provider for camps, when we've had one since incorporation that's never had any issues, I personally get a little nervous. So just wanted to make sure my comments were put on the record. I hope summer camp goes well, but I still don't understand why we don't go in a different direction long-term, especially with a service provider that has never given us any problems.
Mayor, and you could provide direction. We could do the same thing we do with our soccer club agreements and Optimus Park agreements, that we could do these multi-year agreements with these one providers moving forward.
But that, honestly, it's not direction from the council. You're the professional staff, so it would have to be I would feel comfortable with recommendation, because you guys make recommendations today on our soccer agreement, you know what I mean? And I trust your judgment, but I just wanted to put that on the record, because that is a very vulnerable, our kids are, I'm very sensitive when it comes to that, and seniors, but specifically kids, and we've had the one service provider here from 2000 till now, and they've had 0 issues, so. But if later on I trust your judgment and I trust you, so just want to put that on the record, but I am very hesitant when it comes to this.
Other questions?
Danny, what's the cost per camper for each camp, the weekly? I'm trying to see if I see it.
We had that on last month's memo when the contracts were awarded. I don't have that breakdown in front of me, but we do have a resident and a non-resident rate breakdown. I think it's averaging anywhere between, I think Camp Wanadu is at 75 per resident, 135 for non-resident. YMCA is on the higher level, 125 and 155, and Snapology is around that same range as well too.
Okay.
Any further comments on summer camp? Seeing none, thank you, Director Angel. We're on to item 15F, our police report from our commander, Javier Ruiz.
Good evening. Javier Ruiz, your town commander. For this past month, we continue relatively stable from March to April. In terms of crime, we did see an increase in the category of robberies. There was no pattern in terms of location or subjects on most of these robberies were a result of domestic situations in which the subject is known to the victim and something is taken after an argument or dispute. Highlighted on the report was one such incident in which an ex-boyfriend robbed an ex-girlfriend at gunpoint, taking her purse and jewelry, and our officers quickly responded to the area and apprehended the subject after a search of the area. And we also took a gun off the streets and made an arrest in that case. One other aspect to note is our special needs registry, working with town staff in the direction of Claricel. We're anticipating starting accepting registries on this Monday. So hopefully we should see it on the website at that time, and we'll be up and running very soon on that. That's pretty much all I have. I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
How are the LPRs functioning, and how's the expansion program coming along?
Well, the LPRs are doing well. Obviously, we're constantly getting some hits on them, and you know, whenever you get a hit, you have to rerun it in order to see if it's a valid stolen vehicle. So some of them have been like stolen tags that, you know, we come upon and the person took their tag or replaced it, things of that nature. But we haven't had any notable arrests as of lately in, you know, recent weeks. But they are working very well. As for the other LPRs, I believe we're still waiting for funding in order to put those additional ones up that we have planned.
Any other questions, comments to our town commander?
Mayor, just thanks for incorporating more visibility on Commerce Parkway and the areas behind the commercial warehouses business there, and I know we have a strong presence of cars that kind of congregate there, and I have the pleasure of monitoring that from my backyard, so they've been visible and doing rounds there, so.
Excellent, glad to hear it. Because of our efforts on, is this me that's making that? All right. Because of our efforts recently on 87th Avenue, we've noticed a downtick if that's even a term, in terms of the speeding. So we've been able to reprioritize and start moving some people around in order to hit some of those other areas for high visibility patrol.
Thank you, Town Commander. Anything else from our Town Commander? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you and appreciate all of our men and women in uniform. We have a presentation, budget preparation timeline by our budget officer, Melissa Hernandez.
Yeah, come on, Melissa.
You put their names on these items, so I
know.
call them up. That's how it works.
We got to give credit where credit's due.
I 100% agree.
Good evening, not good morning, good evening. What you have before you is a proposed budget calendar. The first and second budget hearing is in compliance with the Department of Revenue trim. Also, what should be noted is we have 2 sunshine meetings that are scheduled for July 8th and August 18th. The July 8th one will be after we received the property appraiser's certification of taxable value, so we should have good numbers to move forward and get enough feedback from you all to prepare for the second sunshine meeting.
Any questions of our budget officer, Melissa Hernandez? Oh, we have questions. Okay, we have the Vice Mayor, we have Councilman Fernandez. Okay, then we'll go to Councilman Fernandez and the Vice Mayor.
All right, so I'd actually like to make a motion. I would like to see the first draft of the budget that is presented to us. I would like to see what that looks like projecting a 6% franchise fee. And that's my motion.
I'm sorry, can you restate it, please?
The motion is that when we receive the first draft of the budget, that it take into account a 6% franchise fee projection.
So I'll second it for discussion and for discussion. So I've never been in favor of the 6% franchise fee, but it's an exploratory process that a council member is asking. Doesn't mean that we're going to approve it, but I do not want that to be the only. Yeah, so just looking at it, I have no problem with it. I am not in favor of it, and I will not be voting in favor of it, but if a council member feels that strongly about it, to see it at the very least as an option, you know, and I'm not in favor of it.
And I'll give a little bit more backup as to why I'd like to see the kind of the menu of options, and it's easier to take away things if we want to contemplate taking away things than not knowing what we can add, right? So I'd rather see the full thing presented. If we want to make a decision, whatever decision, whatever the the prerogative of the council is, after that is what it is. I want to start at 6%.
Any further discussion, Councilman Alvarez?
Can we amend it to also incorporate, I know Councilman Rodriguez had brought forth 4.52 to see a budget with the current 3, 4.5, and 6%.
I personally think it's okay, just see how everything, I mean, it doesn't have to be the whole budget, because that's it, but
Well,
it could just be a side paper that just
A side
shows it.
column.
Yes. Mr. Manager, you want our budget
Yeah.
officer to address this?
No,
matter?
I'll handle it. In preparation, because of the ordinance that was passed last year, that was sponsored by Council Member Dieguez, dealing with the infrastructure, the FP&L infrastructure ordinance, we have, finance has already been working on developing, because that ordinance mandated that we do not reduce what we've already been spending. In other words, the other money, any money from 3% up, has to be over and above what we normally spend. So finance has already been working on developing line items that are going to be specific. In other words, I don't know what they're going to call it, but it may be something to the effect of FP&L sidewalks, FP&L streets, FP&L trees, FP&L lights, those things. So it'll be it's not going to be buried anywhere. You're going to have it put before you, so if this item passes, you're going to see very obvious what is the extra money that we project to be derived from a higher FP&L franchise fee. And if you decide instead of doing 6 to do 4 or 5 or some other different number, all you have to do is tweak within those 4 or 5 lines of those individual infrastructure lines. So it'll be easy. So, I mean, if the item passes at 6, then you could adjust from there when we get into the workshops.
It goes towards infrastructure.
Correct. And this is the year of the infrastructure.
Any further discussion?
Every year should be the year of infrastructure, Ed. Come on.
Amen.
Every year.
I just want to say for the record, I am not in favor of increasing the FAO franchise fee. I'm okay with the council seeing options, though, for those council members that want to see it. So I don't want to be a hindrance to them seeing those options. But just want to put it on the record because I'm sure I don't want it to be misinterpreted.
Can I ask for clarification? The budget that we're going to be presented, if you present it with that 6% franchise fee, that is the one that we will be voting on, or will we be in our sunshine meetings?
That'll be the one that'll be presented to you in the first workshop. The first workshop, the first sunshine meeting that you're going to have is like a working workshop. It's going to be in the 8th of July. So that's what will be before you that's the starting point. From there, you can slice and dice, add and delete, and go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds
I have
good.
one last thing. I will be out of town the 8th of July. Is there any way we could get back on the 14th?
Actually, so will I.
Is there any way we could do it on the 15th of July? That sunshine meeting? Because I don't want to miss it.
I believe that we can.
Or maybe
Yeah,
even the
it's-
following week?
What's that?
You have to take a look and make sure that by doing that, if adjustments are made, you have trim notices, you got to take a look at the timelines. I don't want to handcuff you, and then you have 2 days to make,
Because I know we have that regular council meeting, which I won't be here for, because I'll be out of town. I get back on the 14th. But if I don't want to miss the sunshine budget meeting.
I would have to look, but I think it would be okay.
Can it be moved up instead of moved back?
I leave the 29th of June.
Well, the Councilmember Ruano, the final valuation of the property rolls is going to be certified the 1st of July. We get that.
Oh, I see.
So
Okay.
she will need some time to take those numbers and incorporate them into the revenue side of the budget. So as long as she's okay, we can do like the 15th or something, move it back a couple days right after the council meeting, whatever works. And then she just has to make sure that she has enough time to make the adjustments if we do it, a few days later.
Do we need to make a motion for that, or on the 5th to move it to the 15th? Is that okay with you, the 15th?
I believe that's fine, yes.
Okay. All right, so I make a motion to move that sunshine meeting.
There's a motion on the table.
Let's finish with Councilman Fernandez's motion.
Got it.
On this, on Councilman Fernandez's motion on seeing those options, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back on to Councilman Rodriguez's motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to move that July 8th sunshine meeting to the 15th of July.
Second.
Now, I'm just checking the schedule. That is fine. And the August one is August 11th, right?
18.
18. The sunshine is 18.
That's fine too. That's fine for me, if it's fine for everybody else. There's a second? Was there a second already? The second
I'll
by
second it if there isn't one.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Anything else for us, Budget Director, Officer Hernandez? No? Yes.
Thank you. Melissa, I think, I think, Mayor, you've made some post about this. Real estate's an all-time high. Transactions that are coming out, or houses are selling and going way beyond market value. Do you have any initial projections?
Sir, you just made me realize something. So we cannot.
Plus, we get June the 1st.
of valuations?
Oh, she's about to.
We cannot do the 14th
15,
because
15.
the 15th, because that's after the council meeting, and at the July council meeting, you're setting the millage.
Yeah, but we can call a special call
It would be
meeting.
wiser to have it before the council meeting, so that you have an idea as you prepare to set the millage cap.
What's the deadline to call that millage cap, to set that millage cap at that regular council meeting?
There's a little bit of a squeeze, right, between the 1st of July that we get the final valuation, the certified valuation, and the 13th, which is the council meeting. That's why she had plugged it in on the 8th, somewhere in there. So, what day do you leave, council member?
The 29th of June.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
It's 2021, he can
Why
participate
don't you,
virtually.
can you move the
Yeah,
council meeting?
I mean, if we can't do it, that's fine, I'll just participate virtually.
But obviously, we want to accommodate to make sure everybody's here in person too, so.
So my apologies, Vice Mayor, you were saying something, just,
Can you move the council
Just
meeting?
if you had some idea, and I don't take anything for granted, it's obvious that we're going to have an increase, right? Even if we maintain our tax roll exactly where we're at now. And do you know more or less what the percentage is?
we get our preliminary numbers June 1st.
So on that day, you can give us
We'll
a
have
more
a
precise
preliminary
number?
number, and then we'll have,
Great.
what it'll be on July
And
1st.
that's usually pretty close. But it's going to change from June 1st to July 1st, but you'll have a very, very good idea of whether we're talking about a 7% increase, 10%, 2%, whatever.
Yeah, no,
It's going to
again,
be in the ballpark,
it's-
June 1st.
Miami Lakes is hot, whether whether you know real estate professionals or not, the market is very, very desirable, and I don't see that trend going down. I see it's going to have a positive impact on our tax base, and I just wanted to see if you had a working number or a working projection, but I understand that. My second was a comment, and it goes back to a comment I made earlier in the meeting about you listening, and when we listen, we all shine. And you made it a point to listen to what the neighborhood service districts want. They wanted more time with the budget, and you and your team went ahead and accommodated that. So I wanted to thank you for taking that opportunity. I know it was talked about at that meeting, and it's very well received, so I just wanted to commend you for that.
Before you leave, I think we got to make a motion and kind of
On the schedule.
figure this out to make sure that everybody's there for these meetings.
So is there any way to do, and I hate to impose on this, but to do a special call meeting after the 15th, between the 15th? Yes?
Yes.
That's
Is
fine.
everybody in favor of that? Can we do that?
That's fine.
I mean,
Fine
I'd
with
rather
me.
for all of us to be there than
Yeah,
than
agreed.
not.
Agreed.
A special call meeting just to set the millage?
What's your
A special call
That's my
meeting
understanding.
No,
yes, to set the millage, as opposed to doing it on the meeting of the 13th.
But when would we meet for the sunshine?
So the sunshine meeting would stay on the 15th, but what she said is the reason why it's an issue is because on the 13th, we were supposed to set the millage. So if we meet for the workshop on the 15th, we would have to set the millage after the 15th.
Right, so then the special call would have to be after the 15th.
After the 15th. So the following week, which is the week of the 19th through the 23rd.
Councilmember, why don't you, can we propose to just change the council meeting to July 20th?
We can do that?
I'm going to be out of town. But we could do the special call on the 19th to set the millage and just have a single item special call on the 19th.
Is that enough time between the workshop to give you enough, because I don't want to rush her into having to make revisions and stuff. So if we have the workshop and assuming we give you comments, is that enough
I
time?
will make it happen.
I think I just ruined your weekend of the 17th and 18th.
You may have, but I will make it happen.
Melissa, by when does the millage have to be set? By the end of July?
Yes.
Got it. So is there, Melissa, sufficient direction
So
there?
when do you get
Are we
back?
all-
Yeah, so the following week, the week of the 26th, I think, could be a week just to have a single item special call to set the millage.
Okay. So
And that'll give her a week plus
Another
to
week.
take,
I'm out of town.
July 26th?
End of July.
July 26th, yeah, I'm out.
I'm out of town the end of July.
Why don't we just go with the original idea of the 15th?
We can do the 19th if everybody's available.
Yeah,
Right, but it's more, I think it's more important for us to all be there at the Sunshine meeting.
at the workshop, yeah.
Right, versus.
As opposed to the vote.
Correct.
Yeah. So leave the workshop on the 15th and then call a special call meeting
The 19th.
the week after that.
That's fine.
Yeah. We'll get you a cake, man. Don't worry about it. It's his birthday, by the way, the 15th of July.
I'd be cautious, Councilman, Vice Mayor Collazo, if the cake comes from from certain council members. I'm just kidding.
Hey, that's not nice.
I'm kidding.
That's not nice. All right. So then I guess we'll do a special call the week of the 20th, right? No. No, who's out? Is anyone here gone that week, 19th through the 23rd?
No, I'm here.
All right, so I propose a special call meeting on the 20th of July just to set the millage rate.
20th or the 26th?
20th.
Are you going to have enough time?
Yeah, we'll get Tony. She'll be here. We got Tony.
No. I care less about me, and I care more about whether she's going to have enough time from the 15th.
So you want to push it to the 22nd?
You're not here the 22nd. The manager's not here the 22nd.
Mr. Manager, can you do them jointly, like the workshop and then follow
It's the
up
same
with the
time.
special the
It's
same day?
It's the same time. She had the workshop before was the 8th, and she had to set the millage on the 13th. Now I just changed it to the 15th and the 20th.
But he's not here the 20th.
No, but that's okay. I mean, if
But
I'm
this
not
one-
here, Tony is,
Yeah.
by then it should be cooked already, right? We should kind of
Correct.
have hashed it out. That's the purpose of the Sunshine meeting. It should be just a perfunctory thing to actually take action.
Right. So let's do Sunshine meeting on the 15th, special call meeting to set the millage on the 20th.
Can we do the 19th?
That's my motion.
Tony will be available to step in for me. And if I can, I'll try and, I'm traveling that day, but I'll try and do it via Zoom.
I'll second the motion.
Sorry,
All those
guys.
in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See none. The motion passes.
I appreciate the accommodation.
We're good.
We're good? We're good, Melissa? You sure?
She'll revamp the calendar with those tweaks, and we'll resend it to you so you can plug it into your calendars. And the
By
clerk
the way,
will
Councilman Diegues, talking
send you
about
invites.
town council efficiency, the manager could have just coordinated with our staff on the dates, been more efficient. This wouldn't have been an hour discussion up here.
We're actually looking to get out at 10:36. What?
Our
Not
next
so-
item, we could have got out earlier. Our
Not
next
so
item,
fast.
15H, American Rescue Plan. I'll make a motion to waive the rule.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Yeah, as I wrote to you yesterday, the U.S. Treasury finally came out with the guidance on the American Rescue Plan, stormwater, hopefully based on advocacy from the National League of Cities, and we kind of pushed them that way. So they did say stormwater is acceptable. So the resolution that Lorenzo has drafted and you have before you gives us the authority to, once we receive that money, put it all into the stormwater fund and use it for stormwater.
I will go ahead and move the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to attorney's report. Mr. Attorney?
This is brief. The bridge litigation, we did everything we could to resolve it at mediation. I can't discuss in public what offers were made. I can tell you I'm disappointed that the case is not settled, and it should have settled. But I will elaborate on that at a later point when it's appropriate. We're in the middle of the appeal. We're gearing up and doing what we need to do. As I told all of you, we hired the Weiss-Serota firm. They already have a draft of my brief. The brief may or may not be due on Monday. If I had to bet, I think it is. Essentially what happened, I asked for an extension to May 17th. The court gave it to us. I think the mediator filed a notice of impasse. So somehow an order was entered saying that all of the deadlines start all over again as of, I think it was May 5th or something. So that means, you know, theoretically and technically, we have 70 days to file a brief and everything else. I'm filing a motion for clarification with the court because I don't want to be cute or underhanded and then all of a sudden wait after I've asked the court for this type of an extension, and because for some reason another order was entered either by the clerk itself or something. I don't know the inner workings of the 3rd District Court of Appeal, and the last thing I want to do is, you know, be perceived as underhanded or trying to do anything cute. So we're filing that motion. I'm assuming we're going to be having to file our brief on the 17th. After that, the appellees, which is the county, downright everybody has, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 30 days to file their response. Then we have, I think 20 days after that, I may be off by a few days, to file a reply brief depending on what they file, and then we'll go from there. The court may or may not give us oral argument. If they do, we'll be prepared. And that's where we are on that. The other litigations, the Valiente litigation, I believe we filed a motion, our insurance carrier filed a motion for summary judgment. The Pizzi case, I can talk to you about that in private. It's really not moving very quickly. It's hard to move any case nowadays, but that's where we are. Oh, all right. Lorenzo, you handle that.
I've discussed this with most of you. We were able to reach a settlement agreement with the contractor ATL Diversified. A term sheet that was executed is before you. According to that, we're paying them $100,000, which is basically monies that have already been set aside for this project. So we're not moving monies from any place that, from any other item in the budget. And $25,000 to be placed in the trust account pending certain mitigation that they are going to try to conduct. I'm sorry. The $25,000 is going to be placed in the trust account pending certain mitigation that they need to do on work that was completed but was not done to satisfaction of the town. So at this time, that's what you have before you. It's $100,000 to pay, which is basically the retainage and monies that we already owed them in the amount of about $33,000 and just a little bit more, and $25,000 to be placed in trust. So what I'm looking for is an approval from the council so that we can go ahead and ratify this agreement and move forward. Yeah, and this amount is already budgeted.
There's a motion.
Second.
I made the motion.
Yep, Vice Mayor made the motion. There's a second. Can you just repeat it again? Who is ATL, just so the...
So ATL Diversified was the contractor that worked on the second phase of the Canal Bank stabilization project.
Got it, okay. Any discussion on this, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, the motion passes. Thank you guys for coming out. It was our manager's birthday yesterday, so all of you didn't know, he turned 59. Is it okay that I say your age? Because he got shy the other day. I was saying his age. He's like, why would you do this? 59 years old.
I should say 79, and then they said, man, he looks good for 79.
Oh, no, happy birthday, Mr. Manager. You guys, anybody want to say happy birthday?
Happy birthday, sir.
Go ahead. Led by our Vice Mayor.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Ed.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah. Happy birthday. We'll see you all in June. God bless. And this meeting is adjourned.